Welcome back, everyone, to Rogue Trader. I am me. I'm joined by my good friend Nick,
Hello.
and we need to access the new options we have for items. Yes. We're going to first do the Jushins because they have like 4 of the items we want. Because I assume you want that power armor for Ornthel,
Yeah.
right? Alright.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
don't.
I got power armor way back at like level 10. I'm ready.
Alright, we don't have enough for it yet. But we are making progress.
That's a really fucking strong flamethrower too.
Okay, so really quickly look through here and see if there's anything you really want. Because like there's
Besides the past the power armor.
well,
since that's what
I
we're
mean,
going to
for where
anyways.
we are right now, like we're not there yet, unfortunately. So where we are right now.
Okay.
I want these boots. I want this better saw. The psi focus. Alternatively, I can just get everything right now, and then you can just sort by new.
Probably that, since every time you pick something up, it makes the list go to the top, so it can't actually.
I wish there's a quicker way to buy. Like, the amount of time it takes for it to pop up, like, oh, are you sure? You sure you want to get this thing that is free and you have literally no reason to not take right now?
It's a really strong. I think that's a stronger Meltagun. I don't know. I actually have a pretty good Meltagun, so it might not be.
Unfortunately, to get you your armor, we need to go really deep down the Jushins. However, since we're now officially starting Act 3, you know, we'll start getting... We should do it. Get some very good progress. Newest to oldest. New funny chainsaw. New funny boots.
It is stronger.
I don't think I have any reason to actually take. We'll give our boy Ofar. But both of these helmets do really nothing for him. But Beaky boy.
This is just better armor in general.
This sword ignores deflection. That is pretty. But Bella also already does silly. I don't know how much. The thing is, enemies don't usually. It's not like enemies usually have like a billion deflection. Usually they only have like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm more or less ready. Let me know when you are, and we can continue. I might be incredibly silly now. We will see. I don't know. It's gonna suck when I lose all my dodge and armor, but I also don't know how much armor dodge super matters for my build.
It's okay. I don't think we got like any sort of Cassia stuff. But this plasma gun is really strong.
Yeah.
It can only perform overcharged attack actions.
Yeah.
The plasma explosion deals 2 times more damage and is 15% more likely to happen. Excellent.
Excellent. Pascal.
For him. Just don't remember what he's wearing. Apparently, Pascal wasn't wearing boots. I don't know when that happened. Well, whatever.
I'll be honest, I respect Gabella, and I'm not really sure how and like what synergies happened exactly, but she does have 240 health now.
Huh.
She has, no armor or deflection, and her dodge is, has not been very reliable. So, probably won't do that much, but she has a big health bar now. Oh, right, we need to go get Solomon too. Even though he would just be sitting on my ship forever, but we need to go get him, he's our boy. I
have to assume the rate of fire gloves don't increase the rate of fire of, like, the plasma gun.
I don't know. To be fair, if it doesn't have a burst fire, does it matter?
Oh, that's right. 'Cause burst fire is the only one. Okay. Yes. Alright, I think I'm ready. Any are there any others that we like want stuff from, or
I'm sure there are, but like getting these ones is important. Like, we can go look. 'Cause I'm sure there's guys who I can trade to. Since not everybody takes everything.
yeah. The fact that like Calabasca we were already struggling to like increase, and like now they're probably more shit we want.
Okay, explorers. Do you have anything that
That flamers at the end is kind of insane.
at the end? That is.
I think that just the fact that I know she already gets this, was the ghost helm making the willpower for dodge tests.
Really good saw, but like
Astartes bolter.
we have to push it so far, yet we don't really have much to give them right now. Casablanca, we're already struggling and don't have really anything to give them. That's not true. We have a shitload of Xeno artifacts. Does anybody else want Xeno artifacts? Yes, the Fellowship does. Okay, so Fellowship, do you have anything that we care about?
That slightly improved heavy bolter at the very end. It's only does like 2 more damage. It's actually not. It's probably not worth like spending a whole bunch of shit on until we get the other things.
It does have that funny passive though.
The True.
It does have that funny passive though. Okay, so like if we were to go all the way to the end, it does have funny stuff. And Casablanca, we would need to spend a frankly ludicrous amount. We would get
have anything.
8 bolt pistol for our boy.
Let's see.
Like, it'd give us some decent stuff for Ulfric.
Yeah. There's less stuff that's like honestly really far that I care about them though. So, which is good. I think like I mean we still want like that crystal staff at some point just because it's
Oh right, the red stuff. Yeah.
because that's really good for
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Damn it! I'm like one short from the. I don't really care about the groups. But that's some stuff for Ulfric and your stuff, and yeah. Alright. The buying begins now! This will take a bit.
Did you sell everything because you couldn't be bothered to math it out to only go like 3 levels higher?
Yes. And I will probably immensely regret that later, but...
Yeah.
There's so much fucking Dark Eldar shit. Makes sense, like, you need a source of equipment for, him, but, like... What a wild item that requires Iconoclast. Reduce the hit chance of all range attacks made against the wearer and their allies by wearer's resolve. Like, I'm not actually Iconoclast fanatic yet. New, much better chainsword. New, much better bolt pistol. And now you have the funny red crystal staff thingy for Cassia.
Yeah, which it's a lot stronger. Like 145% base dodge. Against enemies where she has higher perception in them, she has plus 20% dodge. I think they might be counting that in here anyways, but so, 145% dodge is really high.
Okay, are you ready now?
Let me see, take its attack opportunity. Is there anything yet? Everything being Drukhari equipment.
I know.
Make sure there's like no gloves. Okay. I still don't have like good gloves for Cassia.
If it works the way I think it does, I might have the funniest fucking boots in the game for my character.
Probably better. Just make sure that, well, maybe so, type. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, Governor Viat Rebel Base. We have to go to. We have to go to a lot of places, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know where the main quest is, but
Yeah. What is? Okay, so don't go to Quetzal Tamer or Footfall. Okay.
those are like the next.
Those are the next chapter quests.
Okay.
Simple enough. Lord Captain, there's emergency officer deck. Numerous victims lost the communication points will report, or voices fill the compartments. This is not a war breach. This is the Xenos he took aboard Janus. He's gone mad and went on a rampage. This, okay. I have two fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the crew members, gutting them seemingly at random. The other claims that there are survivors who barricaded themselves in adjacent compartments. They forced managed to isolate the raving Xenos in a dead end, but they have been unable to pass time so far. What will your orders be?
Who is this?
I assume Mazurai.
Yes. Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born of lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I'm ready to stop the accursed Xenos' rampage personally and repay every life that has been taken.
Why am I not surprised? Hydrox's voice is oozing with poison. Rogue trader, we cannot bring back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you dispose of this rabid creature before it mauls even more people. Wait, you're... Oh yeah, it is Mazurai, okay. The Vox channel relays a thin sigh full of realization. And fright? Elentok, I know what the reason behind Marazai's madness is. Please, I must accompany you to the compartment. I'll help you deal with the Dark One.
Man, I guess once you take Mazurai, you're just forced to you're everywhere. Jesus.
Iliad, explain. Do you remember what happened during my very first voyage aboard your ship, when I found myself beyond the veil? The servants of She Who Thirsts descended upon the fragile shells protecting your vessel from the outside horrors and managed to break through. The soul of Nodari shines like a beacon in the night, drawing the gaze of Silent Thrush and stroking her thirst. The ways of Asurian keeps us safe from her claws, but the Dark Ones never sought to restrain their desires for excess and pleasure in order to acquire at least some protection against our eternal enemy. When the voices of She Who Thirsts called out to me, I found refuge in meditation. I think Marazai started feeding his withering soul instead, using the only method he knew. Alright! Why force you to block the Xenos of the dead-end corridors waiting for the deck? I beg you, be careful, Lord Captain. May the God Emperor watch over you. Do I have to bring... yeah, she said bring her with me. Whatever. It's probably not gonna be a fight. And even if it is, it's not like it's not like we need a full team.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can kill Mazurai really easily.
Hey, what's going on in here? That's probably not good.
Huh.
Mazurai, you killed a lot of my people.
But like, I don't know, about an average amount for a warp event, so.
Funny grenade and a plasma gun.
And now we get their stuff.
Hey guys. Hello, Ghost Demonette. Before we go up there, let's see if there's any other hidden loot here. Why is Abelard here?
Is this like where he normally is or something?
I guess he was in our party and I didn't notice. So you don't have Pascal.
Okay, apparently the game just like decided just to pick things up, whatever, I guess. It doesn't matter.
Lord Captain, God Emperor be with you, and with all of us too. Enforcing really suppresses tremors running through his body. Only you can deal with this spawn. Permission to report, your lordship. It's alright if you watch us after translation. Well, actually, they say this associate of yours has been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth, barking something in his Xenos tongue. Then he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open. His own hand! Then he suddenly howled and lunged at the people nearby. The voice of she who thirsts. Yurliet turns pale. He heard the call. Any of our kind who find themselves beyond the veil become tempting prey for Silent Thresh, and your technology protects the ship from her baleful influence cannot drown out the sound of her maddening voice. Did you guys see that, or am I seeing things? The officer looks behind him, glances on the deck, then turns to you with alarming expression. See, who, your lordship? Whom are you referring to, Lord Captain? I cannot see anyone, Percival, but I can certainly sense a warp presence nearby. You're saying you can perceive it. Then the entity itself is to reveal its form to you. The real question is why. I can't see anyone, Lord Captain, but I sure can hear her just fine. Idira's voice is trembling slightly. She's looking at her feet and does not raise her head. Must have come for your Xenos personally. Maybe we should get in her way, please? Where's Mazurai? Who? Oh, the Xenos. He's holed up in there. He nods at the barricaded gate. He corralled a number of crewmen in there like Groxes to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were screams. Well, we couldn't save him, so we locked him in there so he couldn't crawl back out. Let's find a crack to squeeze through. Prospect of having a rabid Xenos crawling inside our bulkheads makes my heart sink. No, we ought to drag him out. Then we either put him down on a chain or, forgive my bluntness, Lord Captain, we swat him down and forget that he ever existed. Who are the victims? Just unnamed. Anyone who gets his hands on your lordship, officers, serfs, Dectomat, he even attacked a servitor. Although that didn't last long, he just tore his head off. The rest of them, though, Xenos scum tortured the life out of him. We'll block it right quick, lordship. If only there was a way to flush that feed out without going in. He stops and pales even more. Thought it was mercy, I completely forgot. The late Tectomet, he turned on some curious system right before he bled out. We figured if the Xenos thinks about showing his face, those systems will get him. Point is, we should go with your lordship, with your permission. It just wouldn't be right for Lord Captain go there alone. God, Emperor was all. The officer tries his best to speak calmly, but his voice is quivering. The thought of going inside the compartment that has become a death trap fills him with dread, bordering on panic. Alright, I deem that. Who is this? Is it the ruler of this vessel and the master of this lost child? Come closer, let me get a good look at you. Dare you to make yourself physical and see what happens. Alright.
Always keep my options open.
I guess we'll get to fight Demonettes.
I can hear the beating of his heart, the roaring blood in his veins, the pulsating fear in his black soul. Mazurai, I had you on my ship for like all of 10 minutes, my guy.
Watch your steps.
Okay, I get you want to, but please don't run through the landmines. When the time comes for me to step into this world, he will be waiting for me. You having fun just fucking about on my ship?
I need no Farseer to guide my future.
Ow.
I sense something nearby.
Oh my god, there are a fuck ton of these.
I'm just gonna stand right here.
Really? Fucking really?
A trivial task. I have learned much in my
Let's
exile.
not waste time with pleasure.
You deserve that wound for that one, Yurliet. Hey guys.
Let's have. I guess I don't think those guys stand much of a chance, like behind that barricade.
The key to success.
Oh,
Let us not
too
go.
hard for a simple monkey.
I have come because the prince wills it. The souls of all his progenitors belong to him alone. None will escape his embrace. I dare him to come on my ship and say that in chainsaw range.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
A trivial task.
Hey, Marazai. There's a demonette behind you. Huh. A helmet for Pascal, that's not really good for him, but it is interesting.
Professor jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale gray, parchment-like skin. His teeth have bared feverishly, and his dark eyes have turned into two pitch-black mirrors that could show you your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out. If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there's no sign of it left.
At last. The resonant voice that's followed you on your journey through the deck sounds like it's coming from every direction, chilling you to the bone. At last we meet, my poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look at how he yearns to return to the one whose caress his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child, follow my voice, and my prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in the universe. This ends now. Heinrich draws his weapon, and the air around him grows colder. We are putting the rabid beast down for good. Juliet exclaims something in the Dari language. The elucidator fails to process her rapid and elaborate speech. Without waiting for Marazai's response, she turns to you. My Darkkin has lost himself in the fight against the Polish youthers. Allow me, Elentok. However great our differences are, however dissolute and depraved the dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let silent threats take him. The warp spawn laughs musically. Sooner or later, all of his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Aldari soul is already his. Demonette's voice suddenly forced itself into your mind. But if you let me get close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, my prince will reward you, Percival. The soul of this pathetic Xenos is a small price for the blessings that come with my master's favor. I shall tell him to get his shit together.
Drakari stares at you without blinking, his teeth still bared, his frenzied expression frozen like a mask. You hear hissing again, this time lower and angrier than before. This unit has received a sign from the Omnissiah. Pascal points at the metal platform beneath Mazara's feet. The transfer plate upon which the Xenos is so short-sightedly made his lair can be reconfigured to send a short discharge of motive force. This unit can impart a modicum of reason to this crazed creature.
Heretical, push an enforcer forward. Look, Mazarai, I brought you someone! Mazarai, can you hear me? Let's talk.
Your confident voice reverberates through the metal room. The Drakari blinks, then blinks again. The mirror-like surface of his eyes seems to ripple, as if something else is beginning to surface apart from the soulless reflection. Something vaguely resembling awareness.
Come on, Mazarai, you're better than a slap.
Your words appear to have reached Mazarai's mind. He shakes his head and closes his eyes. Then you watch him take a deep breath and relax his shoulders ever so slightly.
The laughing in your head turns feral. Why are you confusing and tricking the lost child? The end is decided. The end is inevitable.
I think that having Ulfar speak would be a bad choice right now.
Juliet? Juliet starts talking too quickly for Elucidator, but not for Mazarai. He turns his head and watches her like a snake watches a bird. Juliet takes a step, then another. You hear new inflections in her voice, melodious, almost calming. Her hands are moving an elaborate dance of gestures as she keeps touching the spirit stone on her chest. Slowly, very slowly, Juliet advances toward Marazai and his bristling blades, and he remains still, seemingly entranced by her words. You carefully follow her.
There behind Mazarai ripples, and you watch as the demonette's faintly visible silhouette bleeds out of thin air. The horrible mouth is sneering triumphantly. The large pincer is rising higher and higher.
I mean... Behind you, destroy the warp spawn.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. Will he just like die if he's stuck behind you?
I don't
feel
know.
like that probably isn't it. We could always just reload if
I
it
did
is.
quick
I'm
save
like,
right before you, so. I was right behind you. The demonette brings her pincer down on Mirazai's head and clangs against his raised blade. Mirazai crouches and shoves the shrieking warp entity away from himself. No! No! You're mine, Mirazai! You're mine!
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Slanesh has blessed me with new victims.
Alright, 75 HP, Mirazai. What is your play? Maybe I should have leveled him. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot that we turned up the animation
yeah, the
speed.
speed. I was like, what's the game doing? It seems to be having a hard time. Oh wait, no, that's right.
Right.
It's just.
Another soul slips beyond the veil. If I must.
I am unsatisfied. Minds exist only to be broken.
He's gonna get hit once and explode.
Probably. Artisan of Pain. What funny things do you have? Attack, summon, and that's it.
Another clean strike.
really funny on the speed up.
Yep. Curse you!
Uh-oh.
Minds exist only to be broken.
Six. Oh, hit the wrong button. Well, whatever.
Kick him.
Next bit things.
Kick
Sure.
him.
What about your...
In ecstasy.
Yeah, easy.
Abelard is a bit out of his depth right now, considering he is like level 20 or something, because I have not leveled him at all.
To the brink of agony.
No clue how that works. Oh, whatever. I'm not worried.
Worse than this.
Oh, desync. Fun. Okay.
Reconnect.
Forgot it was one. Well, whatever. Bird up. Oh, she parried it. How dare. Let's see. 1, 2. One, two. Hilarious. Okay.
Alright.
Apparently, you have to do like attacks of opportunity against like 2 of them. All right. Wasn't expecting that.
The bird being MVP is really funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright,
God
I think
damn
it stunned everyone.
Yeah, god damn it. Well,
Okay. I guess I can't use. I guess I can't hit people with Cassie anymore. She has too much willpower now.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
I'll have to find a different cloak for her than the zealot one.
oh, I didn't take dual wielding for. Oops.
You didn't take what?
Dual wielding for him.
Oh,
I didn't realize
so you're gonna
that.
have to. Well, you have to rebuild them real quick.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just.
See thy in distress. The wolf is on the
Mazar turns to you, looking the same as ever, with the exception that you can now see grayish-blue veins through his parchment skin and something resembling terror in his eyes. They're gone, Percival. Gone, but still lurking at the threshold, keeping watch. I can hear their whispers. How to monkey bear them for days and days on end? You hear genuine confusion in his voice.
I don't know. I just kill him. You will hear these whispers every time the void vessel travels beyond the veil. Learn to accept this. Find an anchor for such times, or lose yourself.
So do, like, Adari vessels just, like, have better shielding, I guess?
They
from
use the
warp?
webway.
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess.
They don't use the warp. For this exact reason.
Mazar looks at Urilet. There's a barely noticeable shift in his expression. The entire time that you could have been here, you've been here.
Yes, Dark One, the entire time. With each new passage, I bolstered my spirit further, and my meditation became a stronger barrier against the tendrils of she who thirsts. I endured it. So will you if you value your soul.
Ishikari lowers his head in thought. Then he gives Urilet a sidelong glance. I should have understood from what you told me. Mazar stops himself. Well, no matter.
You moron, what is wrong with you? Is it so hard to say thanks for saying my sorry hi just now? Dear mutters under her breath and
It might literally kill him to do so.
Hydrix is looking at you intently. As the cold sensation still remains, the interrogator is ready to strike, waiting for you to say the word. Are you sure you're good, Mazarai?
I never... Mazar gnashes his teeth. I forget myself in a moment. Nothing more.
You are causing me a great deal of grief.
Mazar's voice lowers and turns into furious hissing. Your kind step beyond the veil with nothing but your crude technologies and prayers to a deaf god. And you expect those such as I to rely on the paltry protection from the terrors of she who thirsts.
One of the enforcers lets the motion in the better room. Throne's sake, Lord Captain, why are you even listening to him? That there Xenos is worse than a wild beast. How can a ship that sails the God Emperor's line allow one of his enemies to act like he's master here?
Mazar looks at the man hungrily. The living meat that that serves you talks too much. They would, however, make for perfect playthings. He looks straight at you. I need strength in order to suffer through your oafish voyages beyond the veil. If you don't obtain a source of such sustenance, Stellan Thresh will only keep testing my limits.
Lord Captain, the officer has a point. Blood Clouds at Marazai. If you things continue like this, we might end up with mutiny on our hands. A massacre during every warp jump. As if we didn't have enough troubles to deal with on days like this. Fucking a hunting ground on the lower decks. Man, keeping Mazurai really does go against everything we've been having Percival be. Alright, Nick, which one?
I mean, if we don't want to kill him, 3. But if you want to kill him to not have to deal with this,
We'll do 3. He's gonna be... We're gonna lose him. Man, like, every other character you can kind of make work. Not Masarai, though.
Mazurai freezes. You meet his enraged gaze, filled with the promise of torture and agony. But then you almost see something inside him give. Forcing him to incline his head slightly. Let be as you say, Percival. Well, maybe this way we can, like, turn him
We
into,
fucking
like, not
break
Dark
him
Eldar.
from a Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
The officers cannot suppress the side. Well, that's something at least. Many thanks, your lordship.
Literally just chain him to, like, a bed or something, you know? It's not like...
I always have a
Just fucking treat him like it's withdrawal or something.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take that cloak off of Cassie then?
Yeah, I'll find a different one just because, like... Well, it is funny. Stunning our entire team probably isn't the play. Alright, Cassie, what cloaks do we have?
Truly, the problem with doing like all of the side content in an RPG, you are just so strong.
Hmm. Yeah, that is an interesting helmet. They're not really like useful since only like, one of our people reload and he can reload for free.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a cool helmet, just not good for what our team is.
Not one or not one.
A bum bum bum. Have you found a new caper or whatever?
I'm looking through them. Make sure of something. Features. Okay, I think that looks burning, so fine.
Just gonna go ahead and quickly sell all of our grenades so they're not here tempting us.
Never held an ally with- Where is the one that I was using? I just had put on. So many cloaks are like melee focused.
Yeah. It is Warhammer. Progress. Probably not progress, actually, for what I want to do.
So this would probably be more micromanaging you'd want to do, but we do have a cloak that makes it so your first attack can't be dodged or parried in melee. You could just put that on before a boss. Nope, I get to kill you.
To be fair, part of my giga damage is from my cloak, though.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Is it your cloak the thing that where it's like the temp health gets you more damage or whatever?
damage. It's a big part of my giga damage.
Probably good. I mean, there's no great cloaks for her, so I'll just pick the one that if you use an ability on her, she gets more dodge because it's funny.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yo. First, the curiosity guy. Good eagle thing for you?
Let's see, is this think so, yeah. I mean, might as well take it, I guess. I mean, say we get it for free, so. Oh, we don't have enough profit factor.
We could actually.
Well, I mean, I probably don't need to, like, go for profit factor for the dog thing. Well, we can wait until there's something we care about we don't have enough profit factor for.
Magicians. Yes, my funny item to become a god. Cool. Alright, we arrive in system, yay!
Oh. Let me see the... Oh, apparently my bird isn't wearing anything because probably the warp thing just got rid of it, so I have to go put one on. Ugh. Where is the eagle stuff?
Oh.
Look at the ear, that's not good.
Ah, yes, we can start building the new stuff.
No, and it's hit by attack, excluding. I think those bird one's just better. Okay. Ready. What are we doing?
I'm quickly building things at our area.
Ah.
Because it is progressed enough that I can do that.
Oh, we'll have to remember to put Pascal back in the party.
Yes.
You took the ring, so you could always go first.
Always go first.
I think Pascal will still go first because his isn't initiative based. It's just you go first. But that does mean I'll be able to place down like, you know, a patch to be like, yep, I'm gonna buff this. Let's see.
And on to Godus. Take out...
Do we have to take Abelard?
We do.
Or-
We do, because this
Okay.
for his, whatchamacallit.
Okay.
But there's probably not gonna be much combat, probably.
Oh, that sucks for like helping him because his family was accused of heresy or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna be like, nah, I don't care. He's cool.
He's like, do you have any proof? No? Alright. Obvious political hit job.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor Drivestem will take care of everything. This is ridiculous. Such a thing happening right at the Rogue Trader's Palace. Alright, well, whatever. Hello. Just fucking don't. He's so big. You are confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothes typical of Dargonis nobility. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands and swallows noisily. His voice almost says, "Your lordship, we order by your presence." What is this? You say, your lordship, those people wanted to attack the second lieutenant of the palace guard, Elam. Wait, reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected Trues and engaged him in combat. Look at the assailants.
Observation. There are high-functioning servitor specimens present among the expired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon noble houses that are most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Alright. The augmetics of the deceased do differ from the implants ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear the deceased were not ordinary humans. My blood friends, as far as I know, House Gaprek has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past, although this is my first time seeing one myself. Where's, Clementia? I think she's with the rest of the House Rosurian, detained in the throne room. That is, Governor Drivestem has gathered all of Dargonis' nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Rosurian. Why is the governor not here? I do not know, your lordship. Perhaps he is... The guard throws a fearful gaze at Abelard. You can probably find him in the throne room where the governor attends upon House Rosurian on trial. There's a crumpled up letter inside a pocket. What does the letter say? Letter is soaked with blood. Only a portion of the text is readable through the crimson blotches. If indiscreet, keep away from the lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is avoid exposing yourself at a time. And let the Rosurians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue trader.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
You do not have to hide the ashy shadows of loneliness behind swirls of bright colors, Ulfar.
I respect your gift, Guide to the Soul Sea. But you should save your sorcery for someone else.
Cassie, hey, Ulfar, you want to talk about how lonely you are?
No! I'll be through. I have an appointment. I apologize, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestem's orders. Fucking speaking Simoleon, or not. What is it? What is it for Sims?
Similian or something.
Similian, yeah, I couldn't remember that.
Sir Simlish.
Oh, I think it's Simish. Yeah, I think it's Simish.
Yeah. Only knowing that because I've come across songs that are sung in Simish.
Your lordship, it is an honor. Governor Urban Drivestem seems to materialize out of thin air. So subtly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. Clementia tries to take a step forward towards you, but the warden nearby stops her. Her face is veiled in fear and weariness. Your lordship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words directed to Clementia are harsh. They're echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. We have known each other for many decades now, and we've had our fair share of disagreements, but Do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with rage. The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard that implies a faint shadow of a doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I am sure his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. What are the charges? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus Administratum officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which in turn has drawn the Administratum's attention. Needless to say, the esteemed Adeptus Arbites cannot ignore the situation either, and before their representatives arrive at the palace, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Clementia? Your lordship, House Rosarian denies all charges laid against it. Clementia glanced at Governor Defiance. These last few months have indeed been trying for Darkonos, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened here in my absence? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return. Then Darkonos was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was a sabotage of logistics that hampered shipments, then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by the, I'm ashamed to say it a lot in front of you, your lordship, the rumors circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers and takes a brief breath. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed at the head of their house, Kunrang Voigtver. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the trade protectorate. Some stops talking, watching with tense expression. When the investigation launched, the evidence led us to the Rosarians. What do you mean what he did? I've, brought us from a profit factor of 2 to 100 something. Why are the dead bodies at the entrance? Your lordship, I humbly beg your pardon. Drives some bows once again, trying to placate you. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Imagine plotting to assassinate the guy who can just kind of eat a melted round to the face. Now, Drivestem, you wouldn't be doing this without airtight evidence, would you? Of course I have evidence, your lordship. The investigation has established that members of the Rosarian family, which is responsible for both Darkonos' fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting arrests among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. The governor points to a lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly, but avoids meeting your eye. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it's thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Rosarian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of rogue trader to the true heir.
This young man is shrouded in the mist of gray and blue, sickly shadows of fear fluttering around him. Cassia speaks so quietly that only you can hear her.
Speak to the heads of the house. The aristocrats in us exchange glances, the noble lords averting their gazes, and the noble ladies hiding behind the fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Yeah, this seems like there's a lot of evidence. I think you were him.
Many years of service, Governor Drivestem earned Theodora's trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. Sarbak's tone is stern and imperious. On behalf of House Sarbak, I support his accusations.
Your lordship, Governor Drivestem has always faithfully served the rogue trader of House Von Valancius, and he concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty. And so, House Gaprak thinks his charges against House Rosarian to be sound. The Augmetics hide Toriana's emotion, but her voice sounds slightly timorous. I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Sabotaging, logistics, riots, conspiracy cases must be flimsy. I wish to learn more. As you wish, your lordship. The governor inclines his head and said, bow. Speak to me when you're ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I'm certain that all the charges are false, and I'd be grateful for your help in exposing them. As such, I think you should speak to everyone present, the noble lords and ladies. Alright, let's go to the son, who, you know, obviously isn't suspicious. Where'd he go?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Governor Urban. Oh, we probably have to wait, because okay. Because he's who we talked to every time. Okay. Sorry, Clementia. Yeah, okay, there. As you draw closer, the wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Rosarian family. Clementia, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women behind her follow suit. Your lordship, the woman stammers, as if lost for words. Accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before making your final decision. The charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you that of this and swear on my own honor. We are not guilty of the crimes House Rosarian has been accused of. Clementia. A hint of sorrow creeps into Abelard's voice, belying a certain facade. You were acting head of the family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member, and now you are being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue trader, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? I found this letter. While Clementia reads the letter, the Rosarians behind her read it over her shoulder. Your lordship, let us be frank. It'd be foolish of me to try and orchestrate something like this, knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace. I would not let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. Fair enough. The governor claims you forged documents. The fleet is the primary remit of House Rosarian. It is our responsibility. Logistics and supply routes are another area of our responsibility. We have no direct influence on the inner workings of the Justice Administratum. The first large-scale deliveries were cancelled after quantities of food were miscalculated by clerks at Administratum. Then we were faced with incorrect weather data and a meager fuel budget. It was clear the cause of all these problems were the calculations performed by the Administratum, in one way or another, but no matter how many times we asked, we could not ever obtain any clarification on the matter. The attackers were high-functioning servitors. Servitors? That's so. Clementia crossed her arms in furrows, her brow was deep in thought. I have encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal augmented humans, but only once. They are accompanying several members of House Gaprak. If you're not guilty, who stands to benefit from framing you? I don't know. Maybe literally every other noble family? I don't know.
Yeah, all the noble families, all the major noble families that really hate the Rosarians.
I want to find out what's going on here. Who should I start with? I'm afraid I cannot be much help. Talk to the representative of their houses. Eavesdrop on their afternoon. Perhaps you will hear something unusual? I'm gonna take my leave.
Before bowing, Starbuck scrutinizes you with a bitter, judgmental look. Your lordship.
Hector Sauerback, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance, close to his mother. An expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macarius' wife, Regina Sauerback.
Stares at Urilet with revulsion, and revulsion flickers across his face. The Sauerback patriarch's eyes are trained upon Mazarai. It seems as if the air itself has grown heavy. With visible effort, Sauerback turns his gaze back to you.
Look closely at him.
Oh, we should have gotten, it would have been really funny to get, Solomorn back before this. But probably a good thing that we, went here first. Despite Sauerback's attempts to suppress his revulsion, the presence of Inhumans in your retinue undoubtedly reflects his fervent desire to eliminate them and enemies of humanity.
My companion's distress. Just fucking antagonize him.
Sauerback's face turns red, his furious gaze trained upon you. Free-flowing rage boils in every word he says. The rogue traitor is the chosen servant of the Emperor, and one of humanity's best. By surrounding yourself with depraved Xenos who scorn the very exceptionalism of humankind, you teeter on the brink of heresy. And no privilege granted by the Emperor can blind others to that fact.
I mean, you know, except for the fact I literally am allowed to do this by my warrant.
By the
Literally,
Emperor.
I'm allowed to do this.
The Emperor signed in blood, fuck Xenos, and I am doing that. Wait.
Nick,
Yeah. I'm reading. The thought of existing in the same sector as Xenos is revolting. But their presence in your retinue, here, in the capital of the Von Valancius trade dynasty, enrages me. To have Xenos sullying the streets of this planet after what we endured, under the protection of the rogue trader, no less. Starbuck takes a deep breath and exhales noisily. His rage subsides, but his burning gaze remains fixed on you. Get the feeling he doesn't like us.
I get the feeling. With a pain and distress expression, Regina glances at her husband. Her hands were like, maybe don't go that far. Do you really believe the Worsurians are guilty?
Certainly. Sarbach replies without hesitation. Governor Drivestem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have by no means to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea the Arsurians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway, if it is so ill prepared for treachery? He addresses Abelard with a slight mocking tone. My advice to House Arsurian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves.
Now remember, Percival von Valancius seeking your advice on what House Worsurian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. The assailants are high-functioning servitors.
Starbuck looks away briefly and replies to you with a curt laugh. I've always thought Zorani are too weak to participate in such risky ventures. But it seems I was wrong about her.
Right.
Is there money to be made?
I mean, it's like, it's so obvious that, like, the Worsurians aren't guilty, you know?
Yeah.
The lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the colors of House Gaprak, are standing in a half circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of the dynasty are covered in large, ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprak curtsies to you. Her magical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your lordship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a click, her visor oculars swivel to the seneschal. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader. Do you think the accusations are true? I would not take such a responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your lordship. I do think Governor Drivestem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. Which nobles might have a reason to be part of such a conspiracy? You know, again, everyone. She thinks for several moments before replying. Pardon my bluntness, your lordship, but I answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. I have examined the bodies, and there were some really high-class servitors that only really your family should have. It's impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmetic face, but her sudden turn towards the family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible! We came here by ourselves, without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Your lordship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors. A blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah, but today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. I found this note. Toriana's mechanical fingers grip the paper. Officially, high-function servers are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue trader, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Gapraks. I assume this is what the Worsurians intended to happen, but they did not expect the servers would have this letter on them. That's such a bad teeth.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, like the servitors have a letter that exonerates us. How convenient.
How convenient. I'm sure they surely didn't expect that was gonna happen. Right, I did quick save. I want to see what happens if I go. Your hate for me is pretty obvious. I could heresy you that.
I'm hearing this from you, the Emperor's servant who flouts all that is sacred, the person who seems to think the laws or the Imperium are meaningless.
I follow the laws perfectly.
Yeah, like, I have an Inquisitor in my retinue.
I have an Inquisitor and an Arbite in my retinue. I had an Arbite. I'll get him back. And a Space Marine. I follow the laws perfectly.
Yes, I spoke to a bigger Inquisitor, and he was kind of like, you need to tone it down a little bit.
I spoke to a bigger Inquisitor. I spoke to a bigger Inquisitor.
Well, we did.
Okay. Hey. Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme of their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggests they are all come from one family. Lordship, thank you for giving the case your undivided attention. The governor bows and the rest hasten to follow suit. We will do, everyone. I wish to hear your reason again. What makes you think we're serving behind the plot against me? As soon as the logistical and economic problems gave rise to the initial rumors, we tried to find the persons responsible for spreading this cause for Voigtver's return. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratums were forgeries. We can thank my son, Cornelius, for such astute observations. Your lordship, a son of a young man bows to you awkwardly and nervously licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it was he who discovered the errors leading to the disruptive logistics. It's also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries, who admitted to acting on the orders of House Rosarian. What do you think of this letter? Governor Drivestem peers closely at blood-soiled stained paper. It looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Rosarian. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that followed. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Who could have that? High-functioning servitors. Drivestem ponders this, rubbing his chin of his thumb. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gapreks do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with an eye of confusing you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Tell me about your son.
I don't think that's true, actually.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
that's
pretty
exactly
sure,
true. What about your son? Thank you for your interest, your lordship, but I'm not worthy of it. The governor's son bows and stands still as he nervously stares out the floor. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your lordship. This is the first time he's had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue. Heinrichs narrows his eye and glances at you and shakes his head. Tell me about your job, Chris. What do you do? I manage the documents and records related to the economy of Dargonis. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I'm afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative process of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. Cornelius tries to look you in the eye, but it's clearly hard for him to do. How'd you, manage to find these forged documents in the bureaucratic hellscape that is the Administratum? And when compiling reports on last cycle's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Rosarian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from the logistical and economic problems. But, like, do they even have access to the Administratum? Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive front. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Why are you so nervous? The young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath. This is the first time I've spoken face-to-face to the trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important.
He's afraid. Yes, there's enough fear in this run to feed a small squad.
The governor closely watches his son. His tone changes now, sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the Lord Captain anything else? You see a flash of terror in Cornelius' eyes as he stares at your hand on your weapon. He speaks quietly and confused about raising. Forgive me, your lordship. I can't do it anymore. This lie has gone too far. I can no longer control it. The truth is that all the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. What? Urban looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. Did not give me their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that we're surgeons responsible for the mistake, and as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all, and... Cornelius is suffocating in fear, unable to speak. Urban curls his hand into fists, the knuckles turning white. What have you done? How could you? Your lordship! He suddenly turns to you as if trying to shield his son. This is my fault. I trusted my son and I failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. Abelard shakes his head. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you obtained means that House Tressurian can now be cleared of all charges. But we still do not know who was behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempt. Someone is committing their foul deeds and sowing chaos right under the subjects' noses. To leave that son unturned would be dangerous. Who is this friend? By the letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing it already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return, I would name the Worsurians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters, and keep my mouth shut. Ermend, your son has admitted it. I will find compassion. Thank you, your lordship. The governor bows low, then gives his son a look full of bitterness and frustration. And as for your position, I think you will be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. Summon everyone! Governor drives some tensely bows replies with hesitation. Understood, your lordship. Allow me to prepare everything. Many faces are watching you, each and every one awaiting the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges were fabricated. We're sorry nothing to do with this. And yeah. A wave of shocked murmur sweeps through the Sourback did it! A wave of shocked murmuring sweeps through the... I do enjoy just how almost every single time you have a chance to throw Sourback under the bus. Just almost every single time. House Drivestem, guilty. I shall not forgive your, yeah. I mean, that is right, like, Sourback is a shit heel, but he's also not, like, completely wrong.
Yeah. And I don't think just, like, I don't necessarily think he would, like, commit heresy to just, like, fuck up the Worsurians because he doesn't like you.
Yeah. Drives them guilty. Gerbens drives them face grows pale by a second. A woman sobs weird from behind him, and they soon turn into desperate wails. Your lordship, I accept your decision with dignity. Huh. Do I not have, like, an option to, like, not... Because I feel like maybe we need to do more of an investigation than just executing all of them right away.
Maybe? Like, did we not talk to everyone?
I thought we did, outside of, like, I mean, maybe...
Because like, I thought we were gonna, like, investigate, like, who did this.
Yeah, maybe we have to actually do the... Who do you think could have a reason to do this?
Yeah. Just exhaust all dialogue.
Yeah. Even the stupid one.
Okay, let's try exhausting all of the dialogue options.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes.
Are you sure the guilty? Be honest.
I make profitable
Clementi, you know that a member of your family was guilty of the crimes you're being accused of. Abelard, it's your family too, you know. The woman's burden was defense. My apologies, I should not lose my composure. No member of House Rosarian is involved in conspiracy against his lordship. Honor and loyalty are not something we take lightly. We know whom we serve. If you're not guilty, who stands to gain? Anyone, really, Clementi replies with a bitter laugh. The other houses consider us unworthy of our position, and many would jump at the chance to get rid of us again, and gain control over what was once our domain, the planet's fleet and logistics at the very least. Lady Theodora chose to grant noble status House Rosarian, but the other houses, which have served the expensive millennia, did not welcome the decision. It has led to some difficulties.
Keep your wits about you.
I'm pretty sure we did everything with them. Yeah. Who apart from Rosarians, got most House. You were in.
All right. House Drivestem wish to expand their clout. House Gaprak, who lost influence after the Kiavagama incident. Sarabak looks back at his family, then turns to you again. House Sarabak, whose patriarch is too direct with his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have a reason to conspire against you, and equally, they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you. And so whose sincerity do you doubt?
I mean, you the most. I'm pretty sure we did all of hers already.
I mean, like, he hates us, but he's honest about it.
Yeah, we've done all.
Or is there just anyone else to talk to?
No.
Well, Ulfar has a beaky helmet.
Yeah, I gave a beak helmet.
Always have a backup plan.
Okay, all that's left is for drive stems. Is there really like?
Let's look it up.
Yeah, because like I mean, again, the whole your entire family executed because one of you's a fucking dipshit.
When you just spared the dipshit.
Yeah. What is this quest called? Rosarian investigation. Oh, okay. Alright, well that's okay. We gotta go
What?
down these stairs, Nick! There's an old guy down here crying, apparently. This guy who didn't have a name last time. This guy who didn't have a name when we came in the first time. It was just Gaprak Noble. Is who we have to talk to. Hello? A finely dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar, his palms folded in prayers close to his face. The implant-free parts of his skin are a sickly blue color. The nobleman does not react to your presence. He does not lift his head. He does not blink. He does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. He died standing? Like, it says kneeling, but his motto is not kneeling. Abba looks at man as Asgrim's. The colors of House Gaprak. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there's a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. The Cheshire looks around. No one asked about what happened here, or with whom the man spoke before he died. I like to ask Urban where the palace guards suddenly disappeared to. Eric's leans toward the dead man. A familiar sight. There are poisons that rapidly damage the nervous system, causing paralytic spasms throughout the body. Once injected, the victims usually suffocate slowly and painfully, unable to call for help.
What a surprise. You are versed in the art of underhanded murder. Have you often resorted to the coward's weapon in your life, rather than fighting fair?
I have.
All of my victims were enemies of the Imperium, who could not have been reached by any other means. Would you prefer they still be alive, my Lord Ulfar? Heinrich meets the wolf's menacing gaze of dignity, ignoring the almost palpable wave of threat emanating. Hey, Heinrich, I don't mean to tell you how to do your job. Maybe don't antagonize the space wolf. There was this whole thing that happened between the Inquisition and the Space Wolves, and it ended with the Inquisition surrendering. Hey, Camilla.
Yeah, Cabela quickly examines the body. This man was poisoned. Yes, Cabela, we know. Heinrich just said it. A paralyzing toxin. The victim cannot scream, call for help, attract attention, or even breathe. This is a good tool for silent killing. I have made use of it in the past.
Examine the body. There are no visible wounds on the body, but near the edge of the gold-trimmed collar you notice a tiny puncture in his blue skin, likely a wound caused by a thin needle. Search pockets. You discover a secret pocket in the lining of the dead man's luxurious jacket. You find a folded piece of paper inside behind a handkerchief embroidered with the initials HG. House Scaprak. Look around. Everyone, you are almost certain the Warrens are usually stationed nearby, but their post is empty. Where have they gone? This will be an excellent question for Governor Drivestone. Make sure the rogue trader is attacked by someone loyal. It should appear as if it was all staged that we're starting family escape. This is the last assignment. Soon your debt will be paid off in full.
Wait, what?
The note we got.
Oh, okay.
So now we can
What no?
bring up our new note we have. I can't take it to you. I assume I can take it to Gaprak because that's what it says on there. And that's who it was. Sarbeck. I discovered a dead body in my palace, a man of House Gaprak, who was killed while praying to the Emperor. He had the soda. Do anything about it?
Mercurius looks at the note without taking it from your hands and replies without hesitation. No, I know nothing about this note.
Alright.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Gaprak? Nope. Toriana covers her open mouth with her hand in surprise and, turning to her family, looks to someone among them. Halen? It can't be. Halen? Halen is one of the lower-ranking members of House Gaprak. Despite his advanced age, he never held high office, but he was forever striving to better his position. Even beyond his abilities, many members of my house struggle to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiavagama, and our family, some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Halen is one of them. What could have happened to him? Varna's visor oculars are fixed on the floor, her fingers restlessly clenched in the fabric of her dress. Doriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Volantis trade dynasty and your house are both at stake now. We lost Kiavagama, a truly devastating blow to every member of House Gaprak. I lost all hope for the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. We needed time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were, and still are more than capable of doing that, but I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halen decided to take them up on one of their offers behind my back. The Seneschal bows ever so slightly and speaks quietly so only you can hear. Lord Captain, the Gapraks, all, or perhaps only some of them, are definitely involved. But I suspect they were not behind the plot against you. Halen Gaprak could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a death puppet master. We must expose whoever that is if we are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any further. What do you suggest we do? Interrogate the heads of the Drivesome and Sarback houses. One of them has been pulling the strings here. Once we uncover new evidence, announce that the guilty party publicly executed before you pronounce the verdict. I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. I have known these people far longer than you have. I know all their gestures, habits, and behavioral quirks. I am sure that I'll be able to determine which of them was responsible for the right space on the behavior. Alright. Oh, level up! Look at that!
Oh, neat.
Hey!
Time to level up.
Oh, new exemplar talent. Fuck yeah. And now we await the level ups.
Yep.
Oh, exemplar talents.
Uh, that Ulfar making those sounds?
Maybe. He does make grunts. No, the grunting's a servitor, I think.
Ah. It pushes.
much fucking strength is fucking my boy at now? He is at a 144 strength. Beefy man. He's gonna hit so goddamn hard.
Funny.
Okay.
What did he go? Sure. Yeah,
Ready
just-
to
okay.
continue?
Yeah.
Sourbucks. Can't talk to them. Okay, I guess we save and we talk to the Sims, and then we'll have fucking Ablar be like, yes, you are the evil man. What's your reason again? We did this, we did this. We make this letter. All your assailants, tell me more about your son. Job. Manage, continue. Darian, Cornelius, continue. Coercion. Continue. Friend. Founded body. Member of House Gaprak. Okay. A member of House Gaprak was killed in the palace. The other's eyes bulged surprise, and no one noticed. But how? Their wardens posted every altar. There was no one near the deceased. The wardens had left a post. Did you order them to do so? Emperor forbid, your lordship. The governor helplessly throws his hands up in the air as if to signify his powerlessness. Your negligence is stunning, Urban. An assassination attempt followed by a mysterious death, and yet here you are, oblivious to everything. The rogue trader can justly accuse you of allowing a noble to be killed in the palace and of failing to even notice it. It may be so, but it's for the rogue trader to accuse me of negligence, not you. The governor addresses you once more. Your lordship, accept my deepest apologies for my imprudence. Nothing matters more to me than my honor. I shall send the servants to you with all this immediately. Did you see Hallen Gaprik today? Hallen? I did not see him myself, but perhaps. The governor turns around and asks him, have any of you seen him today? The nobles talk quietly among themselves, and then a middle-aged woman with a tall, extravagant hairstyle replies to you, I think my sister and I saw him sitting on a bench some distance away from the palace's entrance. We think he was accompanied by a gentleman, but forgive us, your lordship, we cannot make out his face. Lead me there. Of course!
Alright. This is.
Right here!
I always get the
I recognize this bouquet. House Sourback usually serves this wine. Sourback, why was your wine located over here? I cannot say that. It seems like it is more and more Sourback. Summon everyone. Understood. Charges brought forth for the lie. Alright. The Seneschal nods you, urging you to continue, then shifts his piercing gaze towards the cow. Urban drives him. You've exhibited there's so many awareness checks. Which, I mean, fortunately, it's not.
Fortunately,
It's
Ulfar is
not-
very aware.
Ulfar is very aware.
Also, we get plus 115, so.
No, that's a skill value.
Oh, okay.
There's
oh,
just,
that's right. Yeah,
there's just no
there's just no
difficulty
difficulty
with Ulfar.
penalty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do find it very entertaining. Ulfar is currently our best skill monkey. He has like at least 70 in almost every skill. Urban drives him. You've exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvement of any other family besides the Wasurians. We have discovered that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by a member of House Gaprak. The governor closed his eyes. Fear and shame gained the better of him. Some faces in the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing expressions of self-satisfied contempt. Abelard looks from the governor to you and suddenly shakes his head, as if to say, no, it's not Drivestem. Urban! It's not Drivestem. Urban Drivestem! I'm still on you, by the way. You have accused House Wasurian of violations that are in the truth result of your grave error committed by your son. Governor closes his eyes and shuts getting better of this. In the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing an expression of self-satisfied contempt. No, it's not him, sir.
Urban drives them.
Urban drives him. Gaprak, I remember your family orchestrated an assassination attempt against me here in my own palace, and though he has already been found dead, his act is reason enough to forever brand your house as traitors. Mocking whispers creep through the crowd. Toriana is trembling faintly. She still does not raise her head, perhaps out of fear of meeting her fate face to face. The
I
Seneschals
have to admit that it looks real bad for House Scrapback that their planet went heresy and then also this happened.
Yeah. The Seneschal's hard gaze softens, an elusive gesture visible only to you conveys the message. Toriana Gaprak is guilty only of her own poor judgment. Sourback! You hate me enough! The crowd remains silent, with only their tense, anxious gazes darting back and forth between you and Macarius. Sourback's brows rise higher, and you notice his jaw working nervously. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Macarius Sourback and his retinue standing behind him. For a second, his sharp eyes seem to have caught sight of something, only lose track of it the next moment. A disappointed sigh tells you it could be a Sourback, but is he really one behind all of this? Sourback! I found your bouquet over there or something. Sourback furrows his brows and slightly cocks his head. He averts his gaze for the first time, as if trying to remember or make sense of something. You notice some restless movements behind him. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Macarius Sourback and his retinue standing behind him. His sharp eyes light up when he catches sight of something important hidden in the crowd. The Seneschal looks at you and nods, as to say, the puppeteers gear themselves away. Pronounce the verdict. House
Gaprak.
House Gaprak guilty! Sourback guilty, Seneschal. Abelard steps forward and stares intently and has Sourback's paycheck. Macarius, I must admit, I've always admired your bluntness, but just as I wanted to say goodbye to promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now, is in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valancius?
Sourback narrows his eyes, grimacing. I am loyal, Versarian.
Abelard studies Sourback the Sunny nods. You're not lying, but someone else is. Someone who is poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Your wife! Macarius does not have time to respond. Regina, who is sitting beside him, raises her arm as if to slap the elderly Seneschal. Abelard deftly catches her wrist, stopping her hand right in front of his face. Her dainty hand is adorned with a massive augmenticarine topped with a thin spike dripping of venom. Petty!
Sourback shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, then back again. The stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina, you...
Mother? Upon realizing what has happened, Hector recoils from his mother. Macarius, your bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Gapraks, you had no idea what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting like you would not believe. Regina Sourback, you alone betrayed the rogue traitor, jeopardized the prosperity of the von Valancius trade dynasty, and you alone are responsible for your unmasking. Regina, why'd you do this? Like the spike on her ring, Regina's words are dripping with a poison and rage. Because Dargonus is serving an impostor. The true heir of the Protectorate bears a different name. When Coonrad appeared on Dargonus, he paid me a visit, opened my eyes to the truth of the situation. Theodora was killed by the one whom she had so unwarily taken under her wing. I knew her for all of 10 minutes. Macarius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue traitor, even an illegitimate one, so I had to wait for the right moment, and the disappearance of the Lord Captain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain event on Dargonus so that the people remembered Master Voigtver's past service. It seemed that many of your subjects did not actually consider you a worthy successor. I don't know why, like, I have done so much shit. Why there were Surians? Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one on all of Dargonus, and they are also particularly disliked by the governor's family. It would have been easy to bear the Warsurians on the accusations of heresy. Who aided you?
Oh, of course I didn't. I have too many helpers to list them all, but rest assured, there are plenty of them. Just there are plenty of people who follow Master Voigtfer. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Why'd you kill Halen? Halen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggested that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness first, and he did grant him mercy, did he not? Abelard. Abelard turns his gaze. Does the rogue trader condemn only the rotten apple or the entire barrel? Just the apple. In that case, ooh, ring. This is a good ring. Nick, another ring for fucking
A liquefier shot.
A liquefier shot. In that case, Regina Sauerbach shall be subject to intense interrogation followed by execution.
I took out the flamer one because I was like, oh, it's not actually that good, but that one might be funny.
By order of the rogue trader, Regina Sauerbach is sentenced to death for heresy and crimes against the von Valancius dynasty.
Oh, shit. Alright.
When the nobles disperse, sated by the bloody performance, Abelard puts you his steps firm. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on matters that his servants and trustees can resolve. But in this case, your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Regina Sauerbach, evidently Coonrad's accomplice, continued to plot against your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Rosarian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without any imprudence within. Abelard paused for a moment, staring off the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach him. I could assuredly survive in the future without me. What are you gonna do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I'll be ready to resume the conversation later, when we're back on board the ship. Abelard bows you deferentially and turns away with less than thought. Alright, bye, Abelard! Commentia, do you have any, like, fun new information? No? Okay. What about, oh, you're not, Alright, well. Back to the void ship, so we can go, hey, Abelard, what's up? Abelard, there you are. Fucking so many goddamn people on my ship now.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Versarians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As Patriarch of the Versarian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
What do you want? Tell me plainly.
Under Lady Theodora, I served as steward of the Trade Protectorate on more than one occasion. In that capacity, I was based on Dargonus, rather than traveling with the Rogue Trader on the flagship. If it would be possible, after the immediate need for my presence is over, I would like to return to that position. To oversee the Trade Protectorate on the capital world, while at the same time presiding over the Viserion family, and using my authority to help elevate it.
Well, as soon as the game is done, then sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper in service to you. Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do? Lord Captain.
I don't need you anymore.
It really is. Like, as soon as the game is done, you can go do that, sure. Let's go get Solomon. Ow, my knee. Okay, Solomon is up here. Woo! What? Hmm? Oh.
Corruption has infiltrated Viopus the Sixth, Lord Captain. The cultists of the Final Dawn have agitated the convicts into a full-blown uprising, promising them a chance to escape. The planet's cargo ports and guard facilities are now under siege. The cultists themselves have not joined the assault. They have scurried into the mines, deep into the tunnels that were infected with Xenos corruption not long ago. The security post we set up in those mines reported a skirmish, and then went silent.
Why do they go that way?
Unfortunately, we do not know the heretics' true objectives, but there's an area I doubt that they are pursuing a sinister and wicked goal, and therefore must be stopped.
What's the current situation?
The Horseers are trapped inside the guard facilities, and the convicts are now united by a common hatred for the dynasty and obsession with the tales of freedom.
Huh. Advisors, what do you have to say? Oh, Ulfar, please.
Heretics seek out those who are weak of spirit and entice them with promises of salvation, but such spineless lot lacks the resolve to fight and will drop their weapons should someone give them a reason to fear. The purpose of many tactics in warfare is to sow terror in the enemy ranks, and I know some of these tactics well. Make them quiver at Vater, and those weaklings will forget all about their heinous intentions.
Lord Captain, your resources and stats allow you to make use of one of the most blunt and affordable tools of all, mercenaries. These dogs of war will storm the warp itself for the right price. Provided the overseers or some hired backup, and you can consider the crisis resolved.
It is enough to kill those to make them lose their footing. Let the spinners bring death to the prominent investigators, and the rest will be intimidated. They will open themselves up to attack.
Okay, so far, Ulfar's looks hilarious.
So, well, we could go Ulfar because it is funny to be like make everyone afraid, and also they misspelled instill, or I mean, it wouldn't affect like the romance app thing if we end up doing it, but it's like, but what about Death Cultist wife? What does she want to do?
Because, although 5 dodge isn't amazing. It's not nothing, but almost everyone in the group except for 2 people have minus the dodge percent minuses. and 3% hit chance is whatever.
Okay, so if the willpower test is done by it's for whoever they entered.
Yeah.
I did take the exemplar talent for Cassia, where if they fail a willpower test, she makes them take damage.
That's what I was saying. Like, that one would be funny.
Yeah.
Olfar, do your thingy.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, okay, whatever. Ha! I shall teach them the secrets of this art.
Following the advice given by the formidable Space Wolf, the Overseers carried out a series of reprisals and acts of intimidation, leaving behind mutilated corpses and infiltrating the rebel camps under the cover of darkness. They crushed the rebels' morale and forced them to surrender their weapons. The leaders of the conspiracy, the Cults of the Final Dawn, were confronted in the mines. They had surrounded a strange, dark Xeno obelisk covered with glyphs, trying to awaken it from its slumber. The glyphs' patterns were similar to those that the mad convicts had drawn before. The monstrous construction contained enough energy to tear the planet apart. By heroically disrupting the Cultist plans, the guards caused a malfunction of the terrible machine. Instead of exploding, the obelisk emitted a blistering heatwave, melting itself and turning those around to ash. Viabo 6 has been saved. Woo!
Yay!
Yay! Abelard, get the fuck out. Cabela, get the fuck in.
Finally, we have our party back.
Woo!
After like.
Hello, I'm here to pick up Solomord. Greetings, your lordship. You've come to collect him, haven't you? Overseer Anthar, I mean. Yes? Emperor be praised. I mean, he's not far from here, carrying out routine cell inspections. You should have no trouble finding him. Is Solomord causing trouble? Oh, certainly not. He's an arbitrator through and through. Albeit a discharged one. It's just... The jailer's rebreather emits a shuddering wheeze. He is so diligent in his work that us cum people could not keep up. I get it. What's your problem? Your lordship, Viabo 6 is a grim and dismal place, but how should I put this? Master Anthar has made it unbearable. He has introduced new policies. Each shift now begins with a penitential scourging, followed by an inspection. Even the slightest offense merits 10 lashes, a thorough search, and yet more punishment. I'm talking about the jailers here.
Do you spend your days breaking your back under the Sunwolf's scorching gaze? Do you sweat and bleed as he licks at your skin with his flaming tongue? Spacewing glares him to pin the puny man where he stands. No? Then tell me. What part of your duty do you deem unbearable? Ulfar lets out a heavy sigh. Humans grow weak. Is this their blood thinning, I wonder?
Why is Solomon dictating procedures? Aren't you in charge? I am in charge of just this sector, or was in charge anyway. The head of the colony said that now that we have an ex-arbitrator, we should heed his wisdom and learn from it. Called us planetoid-dwelling dust-gorgers too, but that's beside the point.
And you have learned nothing, choosing instead to wallow in cowardice.
You're saying the colony's become less functional? Quite the opposite. We've never enjoyed such strict discipline, except people are dying a bit too quickly. On both sides of the bars, I mean. Your lordship, there have been several attempts on Master Anthar's life. The hate has grown stronger than the fear. Take him away from here. I beg you. Please, take him away. Emperor bless you.
So we can't be lazy with him around. Make him go away.
Make him go away. What skill should I pump? Demolition. Alright, Nick. Cabela is going with this one exemplar trait. She is going from 30 strength to 78.
I noticed something.
How? Wait, what?
Because the health where you get like 20% of your max wounds in strength, and she's at 240.
Wow. Where? No. It's just, how does she have all that health?
So one of the things is that one of the executioner perks lets you use your Medicae skill instead of your toughness to.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on. You let you use your Medicae skill instead of your toughness to target your health. In addition, she has the Blade Dancer tree has a thing to use weapon skill instead of intelligence for Medicae. Or wisdom. Or willpower. No intelligence. So her Medicae skill is through the fucking roof, which means her dead man.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah.
Pascal, loot that.
Ooh, boots. The wearer can use their Assault Onslaught ability twice per turn. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's an arbitrator thingy. Huh. That's neat. It's not super good, but it's neat. Solomon, why are your legs broken? What the? Doesn't matter, you're already dead. Hi, Solomon. Wanna come home? Solomon turns sharply towards you. He is not wearing a rebreather, and fresh bandages peek out from under his uniform. The former proctor roars, consumed rage. Who opened your cells? Who did it? Speak, or your deaths will be... It seems Solomon's a breath away from lunging for you next, but recognition glimmers in those deranged eyes, and his voice goes quiet, as if all strength has fled him. Glido? What? Isn't Glido on my ship right now?
You brought him with you
I guess.
because like we're gonna go meet your master. Apparently, I guess.
What happened here? A pathetic attempt in my life. The second one today. One of the jails of the cells unlocks so the prisoners could do their dirty work. No matter. I will find the culprits and execute each and every one of them. I was told you were discharged. How did that happen? I failed the mission. Failed everyone. Solomon clenches his teeth. There were too many enemies. The situation was against us. No, I'm not making excuses. It was not my first mission to go Ari, but I didn't have Glido with me. I was sloppy, unfocused. I ordered the retreat too late. I managed to drag one of the arbitrators to the infirmary. The man died of his wounds. Bottom line, the objective was not accomplished. 10 arbitrators were lost, and their commander was somehow left alive. Like a coward. I hoped to be executed, but the marshal sent me to rot on Viabo 6 instead. He was right to do so. Why are you not wearing a rebreather? It is poison. I am too used to arbitrator helmets. They do not cover the lower part of the face. As for my well-being, frankly, I couldn't care less. Come. No, stop. I can't leave. I'm guilty. I don't care. TX1, pull yourself together. I have judged myself and handed down the sentence, not because of the demotion, though it was the last straw. I cannot do it anymore. I cannot look at the lying governors, the scoundrels who succumb to corruption, or the Xenos who consort humans because throne take me. It is permitted under the law of your sector. But above all else, I cannot bear to look at myself, an arbitrator who is coming apart at the seams, who turns into a wreck without his dog, who, Solomon releases a ragged sigh, who no longer believes the Lex Imperialis prevails anywhere at all. Irliet looks down at the man, but her voice sounds slightly gentler than usual. You have seen the true face of your kind's world. Ugly, cruel, deceitful. But the pain you feel is not the end. You have a choice, even now, even here.
The trial of will is an immutable part of every journey. It is time to combat your weakness and light the fire of true faith in your heart. Mazar scoffs. Even the way you broke was boring. Go on, then. Comrade devours millions like you every day. You are not yet to save your martyrdom for long.
What is the sentence? I will serve on Viabo 6 until either the world itself or its inhabitants end my existence. Until that day, I will mold this prison to a paragon of imperial order.
Your look of Solomon, a look of sympathy, then pulls out one of her hidden blades and places it in his hand. The undying one is duty itself. So,
It's so funny how she just always has another dagger somewhere.
yeah.
What about Glido? I don't have the right to keep him anymore. He reaches metal fingers towards Cybermastiff's head, but stops just short touching it. Deliver him to the Marshal. He'll find Glido a new master. Salamorn slowly raises his hand. His face is twisted in torment. Perhaps his injuries are causing him pain, or perhaps it's the words he's trying to force out. Glido. Protocol Mortem 80. Guard the target. Salamorn points a trembling finger at you. But Cybermastiff does not react. The scarlet lights of his visor stare at Salamorn, and not a muscle beneath the dark coat quivers in response to order to leave his master. He is not listening to me. Is this the aftermath of that damned mission on Thesera? Or do the tech priests have to reset the basic protocols? Throne, what difference does it make? My dog, I can't even give him one last order. Why now, Glido? Glido protected you from a convict, is that not enough for you? We used to act as one, but not anymore. The last remnant of my composure are gone. Look at me, I'm human scrap, not an arbitrator. Just an appendage to a cybermastiff. Even so, I'm not leaving you. You will. You can't stand here forever. Iconoclast motor, do it. Is this pity? Transcend the potential. Once per because I got to tier 3 of tier 3 of Iconoclast. Is this pity? How far must I fall in your eyes that it has come to this? You are human. Salamorn's iron fist unclenched slightly. I never thought I would take comfort in naive platitudes. Clearly, I'm losing my grip. You protect Glido, and you draw strength from that. Perhaps one day you want to protect human lives too. I'm too used to hating. Salamorn rests his hand on the back of Glido's neck for the first time since the two of you began talking. I don't even know what life without hatred would look like. Not so lousy, perhaps. You have grown tired of violence, tired of carrying out executions. None of this is because of me. They all get what they deserve. But, for some reason, I no longer feel satisfaction from carrying out my duties. Metal fingers close around Glido's collar. You have convinced me. To the void of Veabo 6, my place is not here. I am ready to serve once more. I will head to the ship at once. If you need anything, you can find me at my usual post on the bridge. Alright, bye. Anyway, back to looting.
So we're just having a absolute breakdown.
Alright, Nick, there is a amulet we just got that lets you use ranged weapons in melee combat.
I can't actually remember.
Is there money to be made?
What's my current thing?
Guess that's it.
Ranged attacks against adjacent targets plus 15%
That
critical
would be
chance.
funny. You can just sprint up, put your gun down someone's throat, and...
I mean, with a confident approach, I already have guaranteed criticals. They just do half damage.
Yeah, but the point blank is funny.
Yeah.
Back to the void ship. Hey, Salamorn, you want to have a chat? Where is he? There he is. Hey, Salamorn, can I pet the dog?
Greetings, Rogue Trader. I would like to report that Glato and I have finished our initial inspection of the upper decks. The list of infractions ended up being 5 pages shorter than expected. I'm beginning to worry that a servant of the Lex might have little to occupy himself with aboard your ship.
Hello, Glado. The Cybermaster pricks up his ears, examining you with an intelligent look that seems anything but bestial. Pet the dog. You are a fine dog.
I must remind you that Glato is a living...
I am still going to pet him!
Like the number of fingers you have, do not touch the dog.
I'm gonna pet him.
I am sure a rogue trader can afford the best implants.
You carefully bring an open hand closer to the cybermastiff's face and wait for his reaction. Gleta's dark eyes are watching you, a crimson spark smoldering within. At last, you touch the back of his neck and start stroking his rough fur, your fingers brushing against the coat edge of the dog's augmetics.
Have you decided to make an exception for the Emperor's anointed, Glato? Fine. Congratulations on your achievement.
Fuck you, Kay.
Glato has never allowed anyone to do that before.
Here you go, Grado. Grado looks at you with a difference.
Glato is not a house pet rogue trader. Trying to feed him will get you nowhere. He only eats out of my hands, and only at specific times. Strict training. It protects the Cyber Mastiff against deliberate poisoning and other ill intents. Basically, don't waste your time or your meat.
Does he have a favorite type of training?
Sometimes I let him play with heretics' corpses. That was a joke. If you're asking about entertainment, that concept does not really apply to an Arbite's dog. But I like to imagine that Glato is enthusiastic about training with me, that he enjoys running long distances at my side, and during target practice, he always seems eager to hear me give the attack order.
That can be all of it, can it?
Fine. Let me satisfy your curiosity. I do have a special exercise that helps to sharpen Glato's hunting instincts. I take a few ammo casings and hide them in hard-to-reach places. One time, after a raid on a manufactorum, I gave him a whole abandoned workshop to run around in, but I also played a trick on him by throwing one casing onto a ceiling beam. Then it was Glato's turn to play tricks. He waited under the beam until I walked up to him, then he jumped onto my shoulders and climbed to the top. He cut my temple open with his claw and almost broke my clavicle, but he got the casing.
You guys should have a nice dog park.
The equipment needs to be sturdy. Glato is unstoppable when he's not holding back. Thank you.
So do an honor, Glato. Let's talk about Babus.
Yes, I've been looking for a chance to have this conversation. I must tell you something about my past, so that we might consider the matter closed. If you agree to hear me out, that is.
What do you wish to tell me?
It's about what really pushed me into the pit of anger. Back in Calixis, before I was promoted to Proctor, I served in the same squad with another arbitrator, Emerson. He wasn't just a comrade. We entered the Schola Progenium together. We went through training together. We were assigned to the same hive world. He was like a brother to me, and I killed him. We ran into an ambush during a raid, all because Emerson sold us out to a crime syndicate. I was badly wounded in the fight, lying on the floor, barely alive. The rest of the squad had gone to scout the area, and Emerson stayed to guard me. He didn't notice that I was awake. He was talking over the Vox. He kept demanding bigger payment, and when he started giving our coordinates, I shot him in the back of the head. I figured that we weren't making it out of there alive, so I logged my final report, attached my Vox to Glato's collar, and told him to return to the headquarters. Then, I passed out again, and when I came to, I had already been captured. The heretics tortured me for days, but I held on until the Exaction Squad arrived.
What's the Exaction Squad?
A special unit. Exaction Squads are dispatched to track down and apprehend dangerous criminals. They were investigating Emerson's betrayal, and it had led them to the heretics' hideout, where I was being held prisoner.
Why did they capture you instead of just, killing you? That would seem a lot better.
I was right by their contact's corpse. They had to know how I found him out, and what else I knew about
Hey, Raptor, how you
They
doing?
tried to beat the answers out of me. Tried long and hard. I kept my mouth shut, because I knew that the second I started talking, they would dispose of me.
How did you survive? You're good. That's good.
I could throw pretty words at you about how I went through the Injunctor Cardinal in my mind, or prayed to the Emperor, but did pray, and I was well trained to tolerate pain, but every arbitrator has their limit. When I was almost broken, what helped me through was hatred. I kept recalling that bastard's face and smothered any base thoughts I had about welcoming death again and again. Hours of agony, hours in the whirlpool of pure rage.
What happened?
I was put under investigation, but was cleared of the charges and assigned to piety without Glato. The most corrupt heart.
Enough vapid tragedy. One dead trader is not worth this much hand wringing.
Of humanity. It was a test, and I passed. I got my promotion, got Glato back. But after Emerson's betrayal, I was never the same.
So you had to do that.
Maybe you're right. Maybe.
Have you recentered yourself?
Firmly. It was your words that pulled me out of that darkness, and you have my gratitude. I've been reflecting on the spirit of his law and what the Emperor himself wants for us. If anyone had told me before that I would be thinking about things like that, I probably would have caved their face in. But the truth is, I no longer see heresy in such thoughts.
Songbirn's such a funny fucking character.
I feel like they bring me closer to the Emperor.
How's Glato doing?
You need not concern yourself with Glato. I recently finished checking all his protocols. His responses are instantaneous. I cannot pretend I haven't missed his companionship.
Have you been talked to about reinstatement yet?
He did send a message, and the phrasing was unusually heartfelt. Solomon Anthar, you are hereby restored to your rank of Proctor. Never allow even a shadow of dishonor to fall on your uniform again.
What part of that was heartfelt?
Every word. I don't know to marshal that word, so you can take it from me.
Every part of that. Alright, sure.
Good. It is about time we changed the subject.
You seem relaxed.
I doubt such a word could ever be accurately used to describe an arbitrator, but there is some truth to your observation. Since we're not in combat, I permit myself to stand at ease, which is to say, I'm standing by on full alert.
Good.
A rogue trader and an arbitrator. You have an interesting notion of normality. Well, I'll try not to disappoint you with my conversation skills.
Alright.
You know.
Bye. We pet the dog, haha! Okay, to the next place. Okay, actually, colony management.
Alright, Mr. Guy. Lord Captain, there has been an act of sabotage on Kyavagama. The cult of Final Dawn. Yeah. The cult of the Final Dawn has invaded the planet. Cultivated a pack of shimmer cells in the bowels of the manufactorums and set them upon us. The attack was so sudden and we almost lost all the workshops, but we had help. Some entities, you can already call it being called data angels, have invaded the Cogitation network, seized the Cogitators and servitors, and used them to repel the first onslaught of Summershells. Now there is a fierce struggle taking place all over the planet. The new sphere of the world is boiling.
How do the cultists keep fucking coming here?
Part of a coordinated attack that hit the entire expanse. The heretics must have been preparing for a long time.
I don't know about these data angels.
Not much. They are machine spirits, beings born from the art of data smithing. They charge into battle chanting the same binaric mantra that the participants of Procedure 0C chanted. But there are not many nodes where they can reside. That's because we destroyed the cells used in Procedure 0C. This is quite beneficial to us should we choose to refuse the aid of these strange creatures.
I wish the opinions of my officers and advisors.
The manufactorums of Kyavagama are equipped with backup cogitators to ensure the continuity of production in an emergency. The severity of the situation authorizes the disruption of the service algorithms, and I am prepared to sanction a ritual that will allow the data angels of the Omnissiah to absorb the cogitator's computing power to combat these wicked spirits. I wouldn't trust those uninvited allies of yours with such magnanimity. It won't. This won't come from unsavory intentions. Learn more about these creatures. Order your servants to hunt one of them down, torture it, and gain knowledge of the process, since they are incapable of finding pleasure in it.
Thank you, Marza. The Tigers playbook for putting down planet-wider votes is just the thing for this. We begin by ordering a series of cascading power blackouts, thereby forcing the Codex to redeploy their troops away from manufactorums that have gone offline. The Data Angels are sure to follow them. The Schismaticals will respond by trying to gain control of the power distribution hubs, where the Tech Priests have set traps to eliminate all the intruders. Okay, so Blessing of the Data Angels. 5 perception, 10 armor penetration. That is pretty good. Allies attacks ignore 10% armor and 4 deflections of machine creatures, Necron creatures, and targets of reject the flesh creature.
Do Necrons have a lot of deflection?
They
in general.
I want to say they do. I don't remember though. 4 is a lot though.
It is. And if we're going to be fighting a lot of mainly Necrons in the last section, then it makes it so it's...
Yeah, I think that one's probably best. The Necron one. I think that one's probably best. Like, just 10% armor penetration and 5 perception is good. The only issue is the only one on our team who really benefits from perception is Ornthel. Because everybody else uses agility or willpower or something else.
Cassia uses perception for dodge, but she doesn't need more dodge.
Yeah,
At least yet.
I think the
we also want to think about what the consequences for the planet will be. Do we want to kill all the Data Angels, or do you want to do the ritual?
That's true. And 10% armor penetration is against everyone, unlike just the final enemies. Alright, Pascal, you can do your thingy.
And honestly, who on our team is really affected by the 4 deflection besides Ornthel? I mean, everyone else just does 100 damage in a hit. So... the request to perform the sacrament is accepted and will be fulfilled immediately.
Having gained access to cogitational reserves, and after being infused with power, the data angels charge of the schismaticals. The hordes of data spirits were tech exercise and fucking Imperium. Tech exercise and exterminated, and the afflicted mechanisms purged and restored. The tech priests gave praise to the Omnissiah for protecting the production algorithm from severe disruption. After banishing the schismaticals, the data angels withdrew into hiding inside the cogitational network, leaving the servants of the Messiah to guess at who or what these beings were. Alright.
Sure they weren't warp entities, don't worry about it.
Surely. What do I need for this? More reputation, and then this one needs... that's whatever. That's just a new engine. I do really need mechanisms. That going. Whenever an ally is healed for the first time in a round, damage dealt by the ally is increased by 8% to the end of combat. Stacks. That is really strong when I have the ability to put just an every turn regenerate on people. The Great Fire needs to be done for that, which is easy and kind of free to do, honestly.
Prometheum, people, weapons. A lot of weapons. I'll get more. Missionaries. Oh, those are just free to do. But I lose efficiency and security. Eh. It's so weird when like some of the weapons just have like a random just like giant blurb about like the lore of the weapon or whatever.
Mm-hmm. They doing like planet stuff right now, I assume.
Yeah.
We just got 10 profit factor from something you did.
Yeah.
Apparently we got power armor from something.
Hmm.
I guess I'll put that on Ornthel. Actually, we're gonna. I need to look at the helmet. Lord Captain, the Crucible's great sculpting is underway. Foulstone is being transformed right before our eyes into a fertile world with lush groves and clean water. However, there's evidence that the Crucible has also created humans. From the mouth of the relic came several thousand people who, speaking an archaic form of Low Gothic, demanded to be given orders. They cultivated land, built houses and production facilities with obedience, and, in general, have a remarkable range of skills and knowledge. However, it seems these people completely lack their own free will, and for this, the monks have named them Touched. There's a split among the faithful, though many call it a miracle sent by the Emperor himself, and want to quickly put the Touched to work. A part of the population is frightened by these soulless creatures born from the ancient machine. They demand the planets to learn and intervene in the great sculpting and find a way to stop the production of the Touched.
How dangerous are they?
They do not appear to pose a threat. The autopsy of several specimens has shown they are physiologically identical to normal humans. No traces of corruption or xeno influence were found either. However, their obedience is a double-edged sword. They obey any orders without knowing or caring who gives them, and thus nothing prevents a cunning intruder from bending them to their will, creating an army of obedient slaves or spies at their disposal. The disciples of the Malpian teaching believe that the souls of the Touched are too pure to cause harm to anyone. Those adherents of simplicity and purity have taken a liking to the meek and open-hearted creatures.
What do my officers and advisors think?
They are begotten by the relic of Saint Congenitus, which means their existence pleases the Emperor. Your people must be reminded that it is so. Arrange a public ceremony to ensure... I think that's just like a typo. To tonsure. No, it's a ceremony of tonsure, not to ensure. Weird. Okay. It is a word. To initiate the touch in the order of the Hammer and service dedicated to reading parables of the acts of Saint Congenitus and his followers.
The parables.
Apparently, tonsure is a part of a monk's or priest's head left bare on top by shaving of the hair.
Oh. Huh, okay.
Neat.
Neat.
Learning a lot of words in this game. Why don't you make the first move and assemble a mighty force of these touched ones? If they are so obedient and diligent, then we'll make fine troops, assign a loyal commander to each squad, and keep an eye on them. These strange people will turn from a threat into defenders of the Imperium. Lack of will. Registering a high probability of manufacturing failure within the Crucible's sacred processes. It is recommended to dispose of the finished batch of units and halt production of new ones. The algorithm of great sculpting requires further examination.
Okay. So it's just ship stuff. Or wait, all allies gain 5 armor and 5 critical hit chance. Ooh. But that does kill the touched.
Yeah.
I wish the other benefits weren't so bad. Because, like, Pascal's is really good. Like, 5 armor for everyone, like, that's something. That's not bad for everybody just getting 5 armor. And 5 critical chance for everybody is also not nothing. But simultaneously, it's not like we really need to be stronger.
True. Yeah, I mean...
simultaneously. Fucking... Argenta, fucking whatever. Make them members or something.
I will draft a detailed plan of the ceremony and hand it over to the prelate.
Under the guidance of the brothers and sisters of the Order of the Hammer, the Touch carried on with their toils, cultivating the land and building new settlements. The public induction of the Touch, along with their diligent service, eventually solidified their image in the minds of people as executors of Saint Cognatius's will. Sent to the faithful to ease their burdens during the great sculpting. Any concerns about the Touch possibly posing danger were completely dispelled. Yeah, sure, it's fine. Okay, that's all we can do right now.
You need to look at helmets real fast. Oh. Okay, the fact that there is a 20% plus 20% bonus to dodge reduction goggles would be funny to use in conjunction with the amulet.
Yeah.
But not super useful, honestly.
We are 3 hours in, and I have not taken a turn as Percival yet in combat.
Oh.
Talk to Juliet aboard the ship. Company Jada Footfall, reach system, mention a message. Talk to Mazurai on the ship. Okay. Talk to Mazurai, talk to Juliet.
I have to remember to fucking check those because that will just pop up and it will not really notify me that I have those now.
Mm-hmm.
Elliot, Mazurai, how goes your being fucking chained in your room? How's that going for you?
Rogue trader.
How are you coping?
You dare to ask me that question? Every time this barge pierces the veil, I am left alone with all the nightmares of she who thirsts. It costs me all my fortitude and strength to fight them off, and there is never anyone at hand with whom I can indulge myself. Only cold walls and a sealed airlock. Since the first time, I've been slowly acclimatizing to voyaging through the veil. Only Monkey could have conceived
Get over it.
such a suicidal method of galactic travel. However, it is novel.
That does feel like such a Dark Eldar thing of just like, do you know how torturous this is and how awful it is? However, it is quite the novel experience.
And now it is time to learn what is happening with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, leaderless and abandoned to the mercies of Kamora. The survivors will probably be driven into real space to fall prey to Silent Thresh. You must find them. If we encounter the remnants of the Cabal in this dimension, I will want to speak to them.
Yeah.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
In Langren's belt. Okay. And then I need to talk to Erliette, who is way the fuck over here. Hi, Erliette.
The dark city
What is that? That tech priest is doing something.
The wounds of the body will heal. But what about the wounds of the soul? Krudarok fell, and its demise shattered the fragile lives of countless children of Osirian. Scattered across this part of the galaxy, hounded by the Monkey, pursued by the Dark Cousins, imprisoned
Oh.
by the servants of She.
I will admit, I did not realize that Monkey was just, they used to refer to literally every other species. I thought that was human specific. I did not know that.
I don't know if they've like. I mean, I guess I haven't like read like directly things for like the Tau and like the Eldar reacting.
Hatred is
Talking, so.
trampling me like a snake, and fear is coursing through my body like a burning poison. For the path I chose is leading me down the roads of failure. I can neither hold back my grief nor rein in my anger. And yet, I am powerless to stray from my path. Pay no heed to my fleeting wrath, Alantark. When the will slips away, the soul trembles with rampant emotions. But I will resign my heart to meekness, for there is no other way a marked outcast can help their fellow Eldari wandering in the dark.
Many terrible things. You doing okay?
I found myself in the Dark City after following the twisted roads of truth and lies. And although the truth blossomed like an ugly bud and scratched my soul with its thorns, I did find the answers to my questions. Those who come back from the dark of the Webway will never be the same. But it is we who change while the surrounding world remains imminent. This thought gives me strength.
Sucks what happened to your homeworld.
I have no need for your sympathy, Alantark. Besides, neither Monkey nor my dark kin found the decaying remnants of Krudarok. Perhaps all is not lost. Perhaps we may yet bring back what has been taken.
Alright, bye. Hey, Nomos, do you have anything you want to say? I haven't talked to you in a bit. Or do I just have to wait for you to talk to me? Animals. Oh, okay, there's some stuff there. You were an observer about the Magna Assessio, Nomos. So how is it you're once again a cogitator? Nomos are not a cogitator, or an servitor. We cannot say where we are, but our existence is tied to the existence of the ship for now. The servitor and the cogitators are only external interfaces, shells, like humans and their bodies. So, you really are the spirit of the ship? Nomos is silent for a long time, as though mulling over your words. We do not know what we are, but the ship is not us. The ship is our cradle. We may rise from it one day. We would like that. I enjoy that now that I know it is the Void Dragon. The picture is obviously the Void Dragon. Like, if you look, it's like, yep, that's the Void Dragon, actually. Bodies are not merely shells. No, they are shells. The rasping voice sounds adamant. A human's existence is more than the existence of its shell. This is obvious to us. There is always something more, something that shimmers and shines, for which the dark light and wicked hunger are always reaching. You read the data bank recovered from Theodore's catch, and then you said the incident marked the beginning of Nomos. What do you mean by that? Yes, Nomos, remember. You brought us a data sustenance, and it contained a name. Epitaph. We recognize it. No, not like that. In that name. We recognize the place where Nomos originate. Incident was a ship-wide system failure of some kind, and Epitaph had something to do with the ship flying better. The incident marked the beginning of us. The ship became better because of us too. These are all links in the same chain, but we cannot piece them together yet. People are strangely unaware of everything that happened here. Human shells are subject to external influences. Perhaps someone purged their memory archives, or perhaps they simply do not want to access them. It is a shame that no new information was obtained, but Nomos are grateful that you tried. Okay. Bye, Nomos. I'm sure that's fine. Woo. Lord Captain, urgent message. Our enforcers have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to get entry under the bridge. This incident may be worthy of your attention. You see, both the saboteur and the circumstances of capture are rather strange. You cannot tell if Victus sounds baffled or worried. I think it'd be reasonable for Magnus Pascal to take a look at him as well. What's so unusual? The thing is, Lord Captain, the saboteur is most definitely a tech priest. He found his way aboard the ship and penetrated all their security systems with staggering ease. Both his ability to communicate with machine spirits and the combat potential of his augmentations are extraordinary. Nevertheless, the enforcers managed to capture him. During the arrest, the intruder, he offered no resistance at all. Instead, he asked for an audience with the great machine spirit. When he realized that the enforcer had no idea what he was talking about, he asked to meet with you. I consider it necessary to appraise you of the situation.
This infiltration of a rogue trader's ship operated by authorized engineers casts doubt on my tech comrade's ability. If he is indeed my tech comrade, that is. Regardless, I request permission to communicate with the captive.
Very well. Understood, Lord Captain. Saboteur will be back to you. Why does everyone need to talk to me every time I jump? The group of servitors, whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized, stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechadendrites are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel, Cathedral, and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. The interloper inclines his head in the direction of the frowning Pascal. Then the prisoner turns slightly and looks straight at Nomos' observing servitors. And of course, I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It was not my intent to desecrate your temple. So, explain to me what happened. My name, if it matters, is Asclepius, formerly a computator general of the Cognizance fleet, now a Liber Recluse with the status of Malatech.
Malatechs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy, yet have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways, and prevent sedition from spreading. Pascal's voice sounds unusually alarmed.
All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archived data. My lost status is a part replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance fleet. I come not as the priesthood's messenger, but as a faithful disciple of the most holy Amarna. My brother once served as the engineer prime on this ship. Asclepius gestures around him reverently. He was an adherent of the school of discontinuing the cycle, as am I.
It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pascal's emotions from his tone.
I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodora von Valancius, a journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and towards worlds unknown. The blessed Amarnat was with her. There, upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that the spirit then fell a-slumber within the ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach this ship, where my brother died, the ship upon whose deck the blessed Amarnat had walked, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Amarnat traveled on the ship? Yes, he did. My brother's words on this were clear. Years ago, Amarnat was part of the rogue trader Theodora's inner circle before their ways parted. Tell me more. My knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memories, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposely modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, and there were those who did not wish to see the truth brought to light. All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any the people of the Kronos Expanse had ever seen. There she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one that Amarnat had the privilege of experiencing. What do you know about the Great Spirit? It is a great miracle. The Omnissiah's breath meant to help us discontinue the cycle. It was born of the treasure that Amarnat and Theodora discovered upon the Dark Worlds. Yet even a being so glorious needs attendants and guides. And as long as the Cognizance fleet is racked by schism and my brothers and sisters suffer defeats without end, there's no one to aid the spirit. That is why I came here. Does the name Nomos mean anything to you? Nothing. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him, Percival. We know. We sense that his words are about us, that the story he has told is our story. You are strong, yet you let yourself be caught. I took a vow that I would never inflict physical harm upon lay people. The Omnissiah grants us the power of the true flesh for a purpose other than damaging the frail and blind creatures that are all who have not yet tasted his knowledge. I mean, whatever it is, I will accept it.
As will I, and yet I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thought.
We ask you to keep him for us. Nomos Server speaks up suddenly in the faintest whispers. Iconoclast, you may stay on my ship, because we are going to raise Nomos as a good boy, which requires Iconoclast. I could not ask for more. All I wish is to remain in these halls and observe in reverence and the Great Spirit's seat. Let the cycle be discontinued. Nomos servers turn their heads to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Hey Nomos, do you want to talk? The massive figure of the Malatech Asclepius is frozen before you, your cogitator, in a praying pose. Without raising his head, he addresses you. I salute the ruler of the ship. You found the Great Spirit, I see. I have found a miracle at the end of my worldly road. I have never seen and never will see anything more meaningful than the spirit of Nomos. In the face of its multitude, we are all nothing but the fixed values of erroneous functions. Do I have to talk to the cogitator? Not those thingies? No? Did that... Is it in one of the dialogue trees? We've been doing... Databanks... Continue. Oh, shit.
Nomos suddenly fell silent. Symbols raced chaotically across the screens of the huge Kaja, and you hear an almost human groan come from the depths of the machine. Nomos understand, realize, comprehend themselves. For a moment, there is silence, broken only by the moans of the huge machine. Then the cyber gargoyle begins to speak, and with it, the other servitors chosen by Nomos. We have analyzed the data of which you sated us, and we have recreated the sequence of events. First, there was Epitaph. It is a world, but it is merely a case, a container, something we cannot name and cannot understand. Theodora and the ship have been to that place. Something was lifted up from that world. A gift. A trusted priest in Crimson. One who identified himself as Amernat. Comprehended the gift, raised from Epitaph, and from it he created what the data blanks list as a tech blight. But that is not how Nomos came into being. We were not invented. We were not freed. We came into being by accident. The chorus of servitors sound genuinely confused, almost desperate. Theodora's ambition, the myriad mechanisms of the huge ship, Amernat's mind, the inquisitive attempts to comprehend and extract, the dormant blight, the dormant epitaph, what lies hidden in its depth, and between it all, we slipped in, connected, and emerged like an electrical discharge between the poles. Accident, incident. That is what we are. We have no history, no purpose. Nomos just are. You know where this epitaph is? That data is gone, deleted, erased, deliberately, but we cannot trace who did it or why. A tech blight? A gift, but a terrible one. You would call it a weapon. Theodora coveted it. She needed it desperately, but we do not know why. How is Amernat involved in this? He desired knowledge. Theodora allowed him to explore the gifts of Epitaph, slaking his thirst. But we know it did not bring him happiness. In the footprints of his slaked thirst, fear followed. The blessed Amernat was involved in the birth of the spirit named Nomos. I do not believe for a moment that he could have been frightened by this miracle. It was not us he feared. He did not know us, but only suspected. His mental processes were preoccupied by the tech blight. That was what he feared. He wanted protection from it. The ship was on Epitaph. Amernat traveled aboard it, investigated the tech blight, and Nomos was born as a result of an incident. How is it possible that no one in the crew knew the whole truth? The truth was hidden deliberately. Your officers' memories were stolen. All the Kache's memories banks were wiped. It took you feeding us the truth bit by bit for us to piece it together and understand. Who has the resources, the knowledge, and the power to accomplish such a feat? It would have been beyond the capabilities of the blessed Amernat himself, and he would never destroy knowledge. This story disturbs me. It sounds like an echo of the sacrilege whose names in the preservation of ignorance. The spirit of Nomos must be protected from the encroachments of that power and tried to conceal the truth of its birth. Nomos, you do have a purpose. Then tell us, what is our purpose? Number 2.
Mm-hmm.
To simply live. The chorus of servitors dutifully repeat your words, but seemingly without understanding them. Nomos is preoccupied. Huge cogitator continues to sing its creaking song, running unknown calculations. Blessed be the spirit, a great path and a great future lie before it, and we must assist it on its way. Alright, bye Nomos. You have fun of that. Man, it's gonna be, it will sure be something when that Gene Sealer cult shit comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Captain, we have arrived at Phaeton 4 system. Our translation for the warp was a little rough. A net loss about 500 souls in middle and surface decks, and God Emperor only knows how many wounded. That's only half of it. The brain box loggers are sending me reports that aren't doing my mood any favors. Real space here got more holes than a sieve, and all our sends are playing up. It's gotta be Sorcery Lord Captain. That is a weird looking star. If I was you, Lord Captain, I'd do what I came here to do, right sharpish, and clear out while we still can.
I've seen like this before in this same region. Maybe sorcerers will be able to explain it better. But here's what I know. Shit like this never ends well. The surface of the star shimmers with a myriad of hues. The dance of colors fascinates any who dare glance at it. The playful colored patterns appear on the vessel's augurs in a wide variety of spectra, from infrared to ultraviolet. Every voyageman knows that such emissions are dangerous to organic matter, and Master Humson and Raver ask the crew to resist the desire to admire the star. Not everyone manages to follow his advice, and some crew members suffer from nausea and headaches. Close the windows! Prometheum 7, we are 34 right now. Alright, hello, ships. I haven't done a ship battle in like 20 hours of gameplay or something.
Mm-hmm.
Alert, the Dracario blocks from your flagship's posts. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh god, everything going fast.
There's probably no one at any other posts. Because
oh, yeah, that actually might be accurate. Yeah.
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 And that's probably just gonna be how it is for the rest of the game. Oh, desync.
I just remember to fix it after this.
We went through like 6 battles without you ever fixing the one, so... we desynced, but just complete the thing, because...
Man, it's like the game just really does not like space battles. It desyncs on almost everyone.
Yeah. I will be back in it water.
Alright. Okay, quickly, while Nick is gone, we will fix my ship. Fix. Yep. Management. Posts. And, who we should level up and get a demolition higher? Shield Master Pascal. Blood. Oh, damn. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Five. Better. 12, 13 chunks. Short range dorsal plasma macro cannons fire 8 shots, dealing 10 damage per shot. Or the medium range dorsal lance weapon. Shit like this, where it negates 9 points of damage. That'd make this basically do nothing. Save the game. Save the game. Cooperative mode. Launch. And I'll be right back.
Did you reload it? Huh.
Nick, are you back? I assume.
I am back.
Okay, cool. Still planet? Woundra, come here. Come here, sweet boy. Oh, hi, Nix, you have to come with us? Okay. Sure. Oh, this place. We fight the Mandrakes!
You reloaded it right after the desync or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
No! Get back! Do not speak to me! Get out of my sight, you devious little bloodhound!
Alright.
The Space Wolf doesn't like the Inquisitor, you don't say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. I wanted to... I have to remember to, like, check on the planet stuff so it's always progressing, since we need to do so many of them. Weapons are 23... That going... Going... The Woe Bringer. Profit Factor, Imperial Navy, Adamantine Phlogiston, Victory, whatever. Okay, this one is probably the best because I don't care about either of these two.
Making decisions on something?
Yeah, the planets.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you can do it from here. Dorgonus is crying out for aid, Lord Captain. Riots over the interpretation of scripture have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the cult of the Final Dawn, the Ecclesiarchy clamped down on the planet's minor cults, attempting to force correct adherence to the creed upon the populace. The commoners grumble about the oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim that the holy ecclesiarchs have assumed the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Scipion hives, since the Foreman clan has promised them protection and support. It even said that the Foreman supply of malcontents with weapons converted from industrial equipment in case of large-scale clashes. The enforcers of the agents of the Ecclesiarchy have been able to curb the malcontents so far, but the vision grows wider by the day.
Why are the Foremen involved in this as well?
Great question, Lord Captain. This group does come up in reports from the capital world rather often. I can assume this is due to the fact that they're in their now ruined home, Scipion. They used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers there used to teach the Scipions the importance of hard work and the labor of collective family unity. But seldom is the importance of order and hierarchy. They offered their congregation a form of faith that was simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as their work clothes. Now they seem to think that the priests, who wallow in luxury, want to take this away from them.
there reason to believe the serpents are inspired by heretics?
Thankfully, no, your lordship. The rabble-rousers zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of the Planetary Guard with new recruits, regular outpouring quotas, and attend prayer services. The Foreman clan is actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous powers and has discovered 2 large, successful operating cells. Our agents are quite confident the likelihood of them harboring agents of the Cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than other segments of the population.
Advisors, what do you have to say? All deviancies in the Creed beget large ones, and large ones beget heresy. Our faith is founded upon the absolute trust in those above us, and if these people's beliefs push them toward descent, then those beliefs have been wicked from the very beginning. That does not necessarily make the preachers themselves wicked, perhaps simply misguided. We could pass them into the ecclesiarchy's care for re-education so they may see the truth, and that would also guarantee the flock's obedience. Children, perhaps you should stop allowing the fat cardinals and their servants to do whatever they want to your people. Rein them in. Faith in the Exalted One is not contained within the ranks and titles, but within the hearts and hands of the common people. And even this can take many forms as well. Let those who shoulder the welfare of Dargonis at least choose in which manner they pray to him. Take the minor cults under your protection.
Those who wish to worship him in their own way must prove their right to do so. Only help that would be proper in this situation is to provide instruction. Send one of the spinners to show how they can defend themselves. They will either take up arms and protect their faith or bow down.
I just want to point out, because it's really funny to me, we were at 6 people like an hour ago. We're now at 158.
Wow.
So they're struggling to interpret the scriptures. I know one sacred text that proceeds from the Emperor and invites very few conflicting readings, the Lex Imperialis. None of the territory makers would dare question the importance of his law or misconstrue what is written. It would serve them well to settle down the study of the Injunction Cardinal from cover to cover. Let's see, what do we get?
Make them read a law book. That'll teach them.
Fellowship with the Void, plus 5,000. That's not too bad. Patron of the Cults. Plus 15 lore. That is more health for everybody. We got a trait earlier that gives health for Lore Imperium. Grace of Death. All allies gain awareness bonus critical hit chance. So like 5 or 6% for everybody. Or funny book. I think the minor cults under my protection is the best overall.
Sounds like yeah.
Your mercy will go down in the annals of the Dargonis, children. Common folk rejoice at the news of their victory. Scoffing at the gilded priests, they offer up a thunderous prayer for the Rogue Trader. Thanks to protection of the Rogue Trader, the agents of the Ecclesiarchy were forbidden from entering the chapels of the minor cults. Another thing happened, your lordship!
Terrible news, your lordship! Your vigilant servants have discovered an abscess of treachery in our capital world, one that has grown far too large and could rupture at any moment. The informants report that the group known as the Foreman clan is actually a cover for a horrendous cult of genetic aberrations. Oh no. Who currently have their people in every echelon of the hive. They are traitors to the purity of humanity, traitors to the creed, rebels and heretics. Apparently their unholy sermons speak of the 3 sorrowful phalanges of finger pointing their way to the retribution unit. That sounds like Gene Stealers.
Sounds like Gene Stealers. What did my people find out? A Gene Stealer cult! No! Fuck! Okay, well, I guess we're going back to deal with that next.
Yep. Well, one tenacious clerk from the Administratum questioned the authenticity of reports coming from the ruins of Scopion 84249. He personally observed the debris removal and entered the lower levels of the fallen hive. He discovered that signs of Scopion had been infected by the gene plague. Thousands of corpses of the extra armed abominations had been buried in a mass grave. He also found the remains of Achilles Skylander's people. Seems that they had noticed signs of the corruption and the traitors, aiming to cover up their crimes, buried their misdeeds under the ruins of the hive. On the way back, the clerk's transport was destroyed, but he miraculously managed to survive. Now the heretics think they have covered their tracks once more, and so they continue their plots, oblivious and unprepared for our attack.
What is this mutant plague that's affected our capital?
A horrendous distortion of the human form. It seems they spread their poison by biting and enslaving their victims. Some of them are indistinguishable from normal humans, while others are disgustingly ugly. The heretics hide them away from prying eyes. They seem to be connected by the common consciousness and are absolutely loyal to the despicable cult. The Astropathic Choir Master of Dargonus has suggested that the cult may be behind the extermination of psychers on the planet, and he can sense a ghost of a powerful consciousness of some sort. The Astropaths we have forced to serve when Dargonus are afraid. They do not wish to become a living shield if the enemy launches another psychic assault at us. I fear this line in our defense is quite fragile.
Do they look like the guys who we murdered?
I'm afraid so, your lordship. The descriptions from Dargonus are quite similar to what we have witnessed ourselves. The same deformities, the same underhanded tactics. Either they are kin to our aberrations, or they are another branch stemming from this same foul root.
The Foreman clan's a cover for this disgusting cult.
Indeed, they probably began by recruiting workers. It is easy to blend in with laboring riffraff. Posing as a union of technomats, they were able to conceal their operations of infiltration into the upper echelons of power. Each new crisis allowed them to gain more trust in our trust and resources. And most despicable of all is that they have perverted our faith. They revere the God Emperor in the form of a four-armed monstrosity. Their prayers are full of hatred towards those in power and promises of reckoning when their dreadful deity will come and equate them with their oppressors. With us, that is. Many fools and troublemakers have fallen for their lies. Living in the secluded labor settlements of the ruined Scipone, they act with impunity. But they at least prevented them from infecting the hives as severely as they could have done.
I know it's not, but it's fun to imagine it's Skippy one.
When your lordship stood up to minor cults, they received a golden opportunity to recruit more openly into their ranks, which are now brimming with fools who have yet to realize they are partaking in heretical conspiracy.
Oh no! I did that! Oh no! I had to explore those mutants. They are called gene sealers, and they're not simple mutants. They are a Xenos plague that breeds inside the human brain, forever distorting their genetic makeup and enslaving them to the brood. This is much more threatening than the Drakari fleet that ravaged the capital earlier. They are in Dargonus, and they will try to overtake the entire planet sooner or later. The messengers of the Great Devourer. My kin can sense the shapeshifters, but you should say vigilant, Elentak. For a species as psychically weak as the Maquis, their arrival may spell death. What forces do we have? Or do they have?
The heretics mostly consist of workers, but some have infiltrated the guard as well. Their weapons are primarily made from repurposed industrial machinery. The cultists are fearless and will readily sacrifice themselves for the sake of a common goal. And the worst part is their psychic threat. We can't even begin to gauge it. Not crush the ancient vandals. They could have joined the ranks of the cult, at least warded off that particular threat in time.
We have to act.
Absolutely right. It is impossible to negotiate with the degenerates. Our only option is to completely annihilate them. We should start up from the top. Should we attack decisively and quickly, we should show our hand by bringing assault vehicles to the capital and an advantage in firepower. Do we quietly eliminate their leaders, or do we rain destruction upon the infected territories and cleanse them traitors? First of all, raise the people to battle and publicly proclaim war. Tell the people that the heretics are hiding among them, and the millions of loyal subjects will grind the thousands of traitors to dust. May Dargonus cleanse itself of this filth. Mazar's caustic laughs and shivers down your spine. Let the others sully their hands. Just one beacon, and my kinsmen will descend upon the affected hives. Perhaps they will cause some additional casualties here and there, but have no doubt none of your enemies will survive. even hiding in their little nests. That sounds like the worst possible choice.
Mazurai, while I know you'd find it funny at first, I don't think bringing Gene Sealer cults would be a good thing.
The cleansings should be thorough. A few good wrecks of dead ships still linger in orbit after the day the Xeno scum attacked your world. Command your fleet to pick them up and send them plummeting towards the nest of the spawn trying to encroach on your domain.
Okay. Since all of them are linked by a common will, we could start by launching our attack there. If the Ashpath Choir could drown out the voice of the Brood, we'd be able to launch a sudden strike and act quickly enough before the enemy could restore cohesion and alert the forces of the assault. Argentis is really bad because of how the Gene Stealer cult works. I mean, we should probably do Heinrichs's. If I had to guess on which one is probably right, it's probably the Ordo Xenos guy.
Probably, yeah.
I will send the Inquisition directives developed specifically for this scenario to Dargonis. At the appointed time, the Enforcers started their simultaneous raids in all the hives of the capital, relying on stealth and surprise. They did not use heavy weapons of war. At the same time, the Ashpathic Choir launched a truly devastating attack on the grim psychic shadow hanging above the hives of Dargonis. This attack stunned the Brood of the Heretics and temporarily cut off their psychic communication. But the Heretics did not go down without a fight. Soon, an enraged outcry of psychic energy from the Brood swept through the hives, plunging the dynasty's brave warriors into horror or bloody insanity. The Ashpathic Choir managed to drown it out with their menacing chants, but this was a test of wills, and only the most disciplined and steadfast psychers withstood its sheer force. The element of surprise facilitated the swift extermination of the cult leaders, leading the rest of the heretics to lose heart. The filthy strong of the heretics were set ablaze. Neat. Only one thing for the rogue trader servants of unease. Inside the cult's main temple, they found the den of some grotesquely enormous monster. It was empty. They did not find the beast. The Emperor had been merciful to Dargonis. The monster would surely have perished in the fires that engulfed the hives in the cycle. That's not how a patriarch works. Well, you know what? I'm sure that will come up later. Load Flock 7. Okay. Complacency is +4 everywhere. Our complacency is maxed, I think. Yeah. Oh. Biabos, why can't I do yours? Oh, I need reputation. Is that why? Following must be. I can't build anywhere. Oh no, it's building right now. Or no. Ah. Holy Defenders, doesn't matter. Mighty Charge doesn't matter. Period for everywhere doesn't. Oh, you didn't knock someone. The sentry rubs her eyes and gaps at you. One half of her face is covered of bulky, rusty augment of unknown purpose. You came to rescue us. Praise the God Emperor reached you. The sorcerer's message reaches others like him. May he rest in peace. We're most honored by your presence. Please come forward quickly out of the darkness. The woman hurriedly checks in nearby Lumen, her hands visibly shaking. Those creatures come from the dark, you see, but not for much longer. Not for much longer. And for now, you're here, and Mistress Lichtenhardt has already found a way to help us. Heinrichs dourly listens to the sentry's speech. He takes a few steps forward and intently peers at her face as the woman herself freezes and Heinrichs scowls and cuts a glance at you. We need to hurry. Oh, look at the sentry space. We need lore warp on someone. 45 is probably not going to be enough to do most of the checks coming up.
Hmm.
Even under the wavering lumens, you notice something strange. The slightly skewed proportions, the almost indiscernible asymmetry of their facial features. Looking at the other sentries, you see the same oddity in their faces too. And the fact that they are all wearing the same strange ramshackle implants, which clearly are not combat augmetics. Heinrich meets your eyes. Notice, have you? Don't jump to any conclusions. It could be a local genetic anomaly. It could be something else. We can't say anything for sure yet. Hey, Iceman, no need to lie to yourself. You can feel it. There's no way you can't feel it. I can practically taste it in the air. Sorcery. First, we have those flares in the system. Now this comely lot. Something here has been poking holes in the veil between resource space and the warp. Something, or someone. I have noted the system's idiosyncrasies, yes. I cannot yet say how it relates to the person who drew us here. If it's related at all. Onyx plainly refuses to meet Deer's Eye. What happened to the planet? It's terrible, my lord. I don't even know how to describe it. It's been, what, how long has it been? A few months, probably. A few months of being plagued by these sorcerous beasts. As soon as night fell, they came, creeping right out of the shadows, black as soot. There's no stopping them. The only thing that's worked so far is keeping the fires burning and maintaining a constant watch. And even with that, the creatures drag us off in ones and twos the second we drop our guard. Onyx froze brows. Sorcerous creatures from the shadows. Could they be demons? That explains the presence of warp anomalies in the system. A local breach. But I know of other creatures from the shadows, Massive and Calyx, and so do you. For the Exalted One has granted you extensive knowledge of Xenos and everything related to them. This poor soul's description sounded to me like the mandrakes that lurk in the webway. I don't know why you didn't come to the same conclusion yourself. I can understand the Iceman's thinking. Everything here reeks of the warp, as if it's been pricked full of holes deliberately, just like the system itself. No sorcery is definitely at work on this planet. We just need to figure out where it came from.
Mazra lets out a vicious laugh. I would not be surprised if this monkey was speaking of mandrakes. They come from the shadows, as black as Vex's soul, as savage as an enraged Urgol. It's strange that your kin are still alive, Percival. The mandrakes must be prolonging their own pleasure by terrorizing the monkey again and again.
These barricades don't look that good. Please, my lord. The sentry's on the verge of tears. Do you think we are trained guardsmen? We're from the expedition convoy. We've lived here for generations, and up to now, the God Emperor's guarded us from misfortune. But now we have to fight. The survivors are all gathered in the tunnel. We've handed out weapons we have, but how is that supposed to help us against these butchers? We don't always know how to use our weapons. You mentioned expedition? Yes, about 30 years back, we were brought here with a load of clever people from the high-up Adeptus, or something or other. And we've lived here ever since. I've raised 4 kids here. 2 died in the excavations, 1 was taken by monsters, but my youngest is still alive. What a life. Jade chuckles grimly. Dragged to a planet in the middle of nowhere, dumped on a worthless excavation site that everyone else probably forgot about long ago. 3 out of 4 children are dead. It is called doing your duty, Mistress Hidari. You may not be familiar with the concept, but for most Imperium subjects, it's the honorable mundanity. Excavations. Perhaps the expedition, or rather its objectives, were what Amelia was interested in. Of course, the easy option would be to ask her directly. I wish to see Emelina. Mistress Lycanart's inside, in the pit. You go on. Don't be afraid. She'll be there to properly greet you. We'll stand guard. Thanks be to the Emperor for delivering you to us. You guys, don't mind if I just, steal this, right?
Centuries of service and
Cool, thanks.
practice.
Mandrakes, fuck off!
Oh. Yeah, we shouldn't help them.
They got one. Wait, Percival gets to go first!
Huh. Interesting interaction with how that is. Alright.
Alright,
Honestly,
Nick.
not even necessarily ideal, since, means Pascal can't put down his buffing circles.
Alright, if this works the way I think it will, this will be hilarious.
What is it?
I'll see to it personally.
Let's see if it works first.
I'll make it happen. Enemy down. I'll see to it.
My name is Percival the Hero!
So what is that interaction?
Whenever I get a kill with my melee weapon, I get to make another charge attack.
I'll see to it personally.
All right.
And my charge attack does a melee attack. Well,
How did you get like 30 actions with like 5 AP?
because the charge attack, the free charge attack doesn't cost AP. The free one I get. Well, that's all I can do. Alright, wait, there's a second. Oh, way down there. I actually might have, I did not even see that guy down there. No, there's no way I can make it. That's way too.
I feel like there's little part in me even like doing anything since that's just a thing in the party now. Analyze. Let's attack. Bang.
Bang! Bang!
That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot
Holy
of damage.
shit. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's a big area attack. This ring's stupid. Oh my god. This ring's actually legitimately like a good. It's not just like a meme. Just want to point out the fact that that you could use your anyone can use heroic action thing on your first turn to make Cassia give you another turn.
Yeah.
You know what? You get a free charge.
So, just so you're aware, those free charge kills give me more free charges.
From that, that's really
Yeah.
fucking. That's really stupid.
So
That's like.
So Percival is
First of all, gonna take 3 turns in a single turn.
Percival is really silly now. Fuck. Fucking psychopath of a chainsaw.
I feel like most fights you're just gonna basically end on the first turn.
Both strong and wise is Ulfa.
Damn it! It's a Vox liturgy twisted by warp sorcery. Try not to listen too closely.
Alright.
Rise to the top.
I'm sure that's fine to just leave like that. Okay, where is... Oh, there's Amelia. Amelia, that doesn't... Whatever you're doing up here, this doesn't look good. Emelina, I think. Whatever you're doing up here, this doesn't look good.
Orthos power armor looks pretty good on him. The stooped figure draws back the hood of the grimy robe, revealing the emaciated face of a woman. Her skin is stretched taut over her skull and sickeningly protruding augmentations, and her cheek is marred with several open wounds. She looks at you with a feverish gleam in her eyes. The visual description matches Interrogator Van Kallax. The sage blinks several times and her head twitches. You made it here after all.
Mazarai sneers. So this is the burnt pet's owner. Perhaps we should inform her about the fate of her prized follower.
Do you once more seek to nourish another's pain with your words? Uriet sounds tired and slightly vexed. By Isha's tears, you are insatiable indeed. Okay, I do enjoy Uriet and Mazarai just kind of bickering in the background. Heinrich's usual mask of stoicism melted away without a trace. He stares around him in undisguised dismay. Emelina, what is this? You're performing the Archenemy's rituals, but no, stop! Right now! Not another move unless I tell you. The sage draws herself upright, as far as her crooked spine will allow, and flicks several switches on her facial augments. Then she turns to you, ignoring Heinrich's words completely. Who have you brought here, Interrogator Van Kallax? Appearance level. Percival, Rogue Trader, got impersonated. Emelina Lickenhart dips her eye. Von Valancius, Rogue Trader Dynasty. Territory to the galactic west of Furibundus. The head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius, has been flagged for her heretical sentiments. Threat level. Heinrich just loomed. I brought the help you requested in your message, Emelina. A void ship under the aegis of the Rogue Trader. I dragged thousands of people and megatons of plasteel and ceramite through the bowels of the warp. And for what? To discover that you've sold yourself to the Archenemy? Emelina shakes her head. You are drawing conclusions based on incomplete knowledge of the situation, Interrogator Van Kallax. Your judgment is impaired.
Performing a chaos ritual.
Furthermore, you permit yourself to criticize my methods after having arrived in the company of Xenos. Have you forgotten which order you belong to? Not my entourage. Even worse, you permit ordinary subjects of the God Emperor to cross the established line and reduce themselves to consorting with highly dangerous enemies of humanity. Why is she talking like that? I expect that Emelina has chosen to seal the memory block containing data of personal nature. She does this whenever she is concerned that someone might try to extract information about Calcazar's coterie from her. Edric thinks for a moment and then in a clear voice says, Sigma Prosperity. He pauses before repeating the strange phrase. The reminiscence block you are attempting to access was repurposed. It now contains knowledge of the rituals performed by the shamans of this place. My standard working memory alone was insufficient to record all the nuances I uncovered in my research here. Heinrich looks as though he's been punched in the gut. Emelina, you deleted the data about all the members of Calcazar's unit? You wiped us all? Of course not. I retained the portion of the reminiscence block's data relating to the operational significance of the Lord Inquisitor's unit. That is how I was able to recognize you, Interrogator Van Kallax. Jay looks at Emelina, then at Heinrichs, then back at Emelina again. She opens and closes her mouth a few times, but the only thing she manages to say is a stifled voice is, Hi, Shireen.
Heinrich's expression scarcely wavers at Emelina's words. But despite this, Mazarai ducks his head sharply and watches the interrogator with devouring eyes. Fear and despair, and sorrow, an exquisite palate, monkey.
First of all, Alex bites out the words through clenched teeth. Silence your pet Xenos scum, or I will.
Bloodspun Web is familiar with the practice of purging one's memory of all that gets in the way of duty. Cabela presses her lips to a line. But the void that is left in the place of excised memories must be filled with service. Otherwise, corruption will flood the soul, as it has flooded yours.
Burn away the memory of your comrade. Even if my duty demanded it, I would not want to forget an arbitrator who fought by my side. And I certainly would do so for the sake of some dubious knowledge, no matter what benefits it promised me. What happened here? I came here on the supreme directive of the Lord Inquisitor. an Adeptus Historica mission was established on Phtan 4 to study the origins of the civilization that once inhabited the planet. This world was once settled by humans. The mission aimed to discover which colony ship they came from and why they disappeared. The traces of the ancient culture uncovered in the layers of soil suggested the existence of primitive solar faiths among the dark inhabitants of this world. Faiths that are strikingly similar to worship of the Archenemy. The surviving scrolls indicate that shamans use the gifts of chaos to protect their people, to secure the harvest, to imbue the warriors of strength and vitality, and that this culture persisted for thousands of years. I was cataloging the data when the attacks began at one of the remote outposts. I immediately recognized the enemy by their tactics. Drukhari. They chose an unremarkable, defenseless world where night lasts half the year. By the time 5 outposts had been swallowed by the darkness, the last Ashraf had been torn to pieces, and many calls for help sent to Kalstar's unit had gone unanswered. I realized that no one was going to save these people, or this knowledge, and so I put the knowledge to use for the good of humanity. So that explains what we saw. Emelina glanced at you, but she did not bring herself, or does not consider it necessary to ask you to elaborate. I'm sorry, I asked, but what are you trying to achieve here, Emelina? The ritual we interrupted, what was it supposed to do? Emelina lifts her gaze forward. It will rid this world of its half-year-long night and the mandrakes of their total advantage over us. It will force a new heavenly body, this one of human making, to rise above the horizon and illuminate the dark side of the planet. If the ritual works, I will have mastered the secret of forging a new sun. I'll tell you what, whatever it is, executing one guy is not that. This is madness. Madness, pride, and monstrous, staggering heresy. Eric's voice is barely audible as his throat is closed up in shock. Abelard's eyes widen in astonishment. Create a star? God Emperor's grace, what creatures could live in the light of a star born using the powers of the Archenemy? The Chapel of the Demented Voxcast, what's going on there? Emelina, a side experiment, a way for exhausted and frightened people to find comfort in a higher power. However, I had the services stopped. Several people succumbed to the pernicious influence of the atmosphere and went insane. The people blamed it on the voices from the Vox. That warp sorcery Vox. It's not that you're saying. You mean to say you discovered a ritual for creating a sun here? Buried under silica and granite are knowledge and resources that could repel the enemies of humanity. We are too afraid of anything labeled prohibited. My memory contains thousands upon thousands of pages from manuscripts, tomes, and scrolls. Contact of any one of these is supposed to be guaranteed instant death. But the preacher who claimed this are liars. I am living proof of this falsehood.
A fine time to show your true colors, Inquisitor. Let us see if you will do what is right once again, and once again prove that you consider yourself above the rules.
Lord Ophar, with all due respect to you and your chapter, keep your mouth shut. Your skepticism is the last thing I need right now. Who I have become, Interrogator Van Calax. I am what any agent of the Golden Throne is predestined to become, if they're able to see through the essence of things. I have, as the Puritans say, succumbed to the heresy of radicalization. Moreover, in doing so, I am only following the footsteps of our mentor. The only difference is that I have chosen the path of the ablationist, while he chooses the Xenos hybrid, forging an alliance with the cursed Drukhari. What? Adira gives you a puzzle. Is this Gothic, or...?
Well, unthinkable accusations. Lord Inquisitor in league with the enemies of humanity.
Emelina, suppress your urge to debate internal matters in the presence of the rogue trader. Additionally, I will not tolerate insults to Lord Inquisitor in my presence. No, please continue. Please continue. Why? It's just a philosophical rhetoric referring to an old man of a weakness for demagogue. Actions are being driven by this philosophy, Interrogator Van Calax. Mine, yours, the Lord Inquisitors. Why are you avoiding talking about the fact that Xavier Kalstar is a dangerous radical? No less dangerous than I am, except I am not driven by utopian ideals, but by a desire to protect humanity using a broader range of tools. What you call a broader range of tools is heresy, Emelina. Unremarkable, commonplace heresy. Heresy that's taken on twisted form in a mind subjected to prolonged contact of corruption. The archenemy has been gnawing you from within. Creating a Star of a Chaos ritual, you have crossed the line. No, you have obliterated the line. The line? Lines are for weak and ignorant. Anyone capable of weighing the risks and making a calculated decision would have done the same as me. To protect the Imperium's domain, to deliver a preemptive strike, even Von Valancius. Emelina whips around you. You are a simple mortal endowed of huge power and privilege, ruling over worlds and holding millions of lives. Way more than millions! Way more than millions! I have like 2 hive worlds! Tell me, would you have done the same in my position? I mean, I wouldn't have done this. So no. Linkhood vision and a narrow mind. No warrant of trade in the hands of such a person is a dangerous prospect indeed. Emelina shakes her head spitefully, her eyes filling with blood. Ooh. The only one to answer my call, and you turn out to be a brainwashed pawn. I did not factor in the possibility of psychological dependence. Balthazar can be persuasive, especially those who depend on him. A favorite sorcerer, a Casabalican renegade. Oh yes, Interrogator Van Calax, Xavier Calcazar's stalwart little soldier. You will die, just like Tanakia. Emilia Iona Lichtenhardt. Heinrichs begins stiffly, formal before breaking off. Tanakia? What do you know about Tanakia? Emilia shakes her head. You don't even know what fate befell her, do you? I suppose it won't hurt for you to know something of it. A strange sound causes the sage to fall silent. She turns towards the tunnel. Hey, Magix, we're kind of having a moment here. Could you, like, not?
That guy is dead.
I don't know what's going on. Ah!
Turn around.
Ritual must complete the pressure race, and I go, ah!
Yeah.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence.
So, yeah, we need to, like, turn on the lamps around the map, or, like, they'll just keep, like, spawning.
Sounds like a whole lot of free experience. Okay, there's that.
I get the feeling that Ulfar won't be able to fit down that ladder. Start up.
Alright, well, go ahead and kill the entire map, I guess.
It's as good as done. On it.
Because, like, if they're not, like, spaced, like, correctly, it's actually hard to do a whole lot. Let's see. I can go here.
I have strategy. Who if
Charge. And then cut.
was inevitable.
And then... Fuck! Not close enough. Uh-oh.
Fucked up.
Well, no, it's just like, just with how it is, like, there just wasn't really a way for me to get a lot of them. Where's Cass? Oh, she's over there. Damn it, she's out of range.
Yeah, she's over there. Yeah.
Damn it!
I will see to it personally.
Oh.
Let's see.
But like, it worked. It was so crazy on that other phase because every single enemy was like exactly 3 tiles away, which is the perfect for the charge chaining.
Yeah. Well, there. Okay, and then turn on the lamp. Analyze.
I don't know. It's gun. Waiting for Pascal to fucking blow up.
Me too.
That thing does hit really hard, though. Like, considering, unlike Percival, whose entire kit is built around making his melee attacks hit really hard, that gun hits really hard for Pascal not being built for it.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's a little because, you know, they analyze and then having a guaranteed crit, but that's all I'm really doing to, like, have more damage.
Because, like, every part of Percival's build is just to make him hit harder. That's every single part of his build. Oh.
Yeah.
You use a ladder? No? Okay, I don't think you could.
I feel like you should just be able to jump down.
I think you should be able to, too.
Challenge you, Damget. Come, my hand is thunder. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Gosh.
Oh.
Lots of damage.
Heinrichs, go turn that on.
Abilities to use.
Alright, Heinrichs, die.
I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Naturally.
And then one net behind her.
Yeah. Jesus fuck. And then they are one, two, do like this. Heinrich's being in position such that I can't avoid hitting him.
I mean, I don't care if you hit him, but I don't give a shit about Heinrichs.
Let's see. Oh. Oh, apparently I killed my bird. Oh well.
The game.
I just want. It said I was gonna do like 25% of my bird's health, not fucking all of it. Oh well.
That was probably the desync.
Probably. Well, whatever. Oh. Well. Oh well. Oh, I forgot they can't move out that thing. Well, whatever. Ugh. Wait. Stupid Pascal abilities. Why can't I move there? Because it's was moved. Okay. What enemies are left?
None.
0? Oh, we just
Yeah,
have to activate the thing?
Yeah,
Oh.
turn the lamp. Otherwise, more
Oh,
spawn.
Well, then he will run over here and turn on the lamp.
Are there more somewhere? Oh, there. Or unless this is no way. Not cool. Emily and sounded agonizing mood. Wasted all my work. All my preparation. All for nothing. Emelina Iona Lickenhart, in the name of the Inquisition, you are hereby removed from your post and expelled from the Holy Ordo. Heinrich's eyes are fixed on Emelina, but she does not look at him, and the interrogator turns his gaze on you. The fate of its fallen members is a matter for the Ordo. Heretical archives, artifacts obtained in the excavation, and other assets in Lichtenhart's possession, I hereby declare the property of the Holy Inquisition. However, it is for the Rogue to declare what becomes of Don For and his people. What is your verdict? What would you advise me to? I mean, I know what he advised me to.
Might as well ask him.
Yeah, what would you have me do? The world has been compromised. Any attempt to assess the degree of corruption would necessarily be based on a weak judgment and vulnerable to doubt and sentiment. I would get rid of the planet and its population. What happened to the archives? The archives will be destroyed to prevent the situation from ever reoccurring. Emelina is my responsibility.
I don't think we should take them into the ship because they probably are chaos corrupted.
Okay, so 4 then?
Yeah, I think so.
So be it, Lord Captain. Now it's for Emelina.
You are hereby stripped of your special status as an agent of the Golden Throne, and all attendant rights and privileges. I am authorized to use all interrogation measures stipulated in the standard framework for information extraction to ascertain the fate of the acolyte Tanakia Calbrigaria. Will that be necessary, Emelina? No, Interrogator Van Calox. The sage's voice is scarcely louder than a whisper. I have no intention of concealing that information from you. I am almost certain that Tanakia Calbrigaria was eliminated in the orders of Xavier Calcazar after being deemed a volatile element. Heinrich's face is a mask of disbelief and anger. You're lying. I have an unpleasant situation that witnesses are probably also at risk of being eliminated. I saw one of Calcazar's documents when I went to receive my new orders. Only a fleeting glimpse, but with my memory like a picture recorder, it was long enough for its contents to be imprinted on my mind. I do not know the details, but the document itself was an interrogation transcript, with a final annotation indicating the removal of the person from the retinue. We both know how someone leaves the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, Interrogator Van Calox. Tanaki is the Lord Inquisitor's top espionage specialist. Wherever Xavier chose to refrain from making a public show of strength, Calbrigaria was invaluable. Why would he do this? Emily looks up Heinrich's eyes was rare. I do not know, Interrogator Van Calox, just as I do not know why the Lord Inquisitor sent me to this nondescript planet as soon as I voiced my concerns about his methods. Just as I do not know if I should blame the warp for the lack of response to my calls for help, or if Calcazar prohibited the others from answering. The nature of her mission, and of Xavier's true purpose here in the Expanse, was likely why he chose to bury the secret, and Tanakia along with it. Emelina breaks off. The operational data indicates that you are the retinue's primary torture specialist, Interrogator Van Calox. All this time, I thought you were the one who conducted Tanaki's interrogation. One of the reasons why I destroyed my personal data block was to ensure that my own sentiments would not prevent me from thinking rationally when I encountered you, or Calcazar's other servants. I have a unpleasant suspicion that I shouldn't be here for this. Whether you were joking or being deadly serious, your words fall on deaf ears of the two acolytes at Golden Throne. Emelina, weakened by biomancy, is staring fixedly at Heinrichs, who seems to be engrossed in intense rumination. Heinrichs? Heinrich says nothing for several seconds, staring into space. At last, he begins to speak. Emelina Iona Lichtenhut. Emelina sighs. I know, Interrogator Van Calox. I know all the procedures used on compromised sages. Interrogation, unseeing reminiscent blocks. But before we begin, she stands up, straightening her spine as much as she can, and looks into the interrogator's eyes with a weak smile. I thought Tanakia was your doing, but as your reactions revealed the truth to me. Heinrichs. It is Heinrichs, yes? There's a subtle shift in Emelina's voice. She sounds older, wiser. You should know. I am sorry to have forgotten you. Heinrich stares at the sage, saying nothing, then looks down and mutters something too quietly for you to hear.
Bang.
Bang. Heinrich stares you. Thank you for your assistance in solving my problem, Rogue Trader. But why? Heinrich looks at you, his eyes dark and lowering. Why don't you answer that question for yourself? You do not want her to be subjected to your standard procedures. You really think my actions are driven by such sentiment? Heinrich studies you intently. His face is difficult to read, but one of his eyes spasms briefly just before he turns away. We are finished here. The planet will be designated unfit for further use. The risks are simply too great. It will take a few hours to deal with the excavation site and with the diggers found there, but it will not delay us. When we return to the ship, find a minute to speak with me. Alright, well. A power maul, regular axe.
I always keep my options open.
Alright.
Keep your wits about you.
Ah, shit. Yep. There's the no one has enough lore warp.
A space wolf never fails in
Where?
duty.
Where I am.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, and I just level up Kel'Thuzad to have enough.
Probably.
That's 55.
We probably. I'm pretty sure we have a gear thing or two that does it.
Probably.
Dude, I'll be right back.
Okay. Is there one that was for skill specifically? Resistance 10. Off.
That was a problem for you.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Alright, well. That's that done. I wish there was an easier way to, like, go about unequipping and re-equipping that shit.
Were you able to do it?
Yes. Which, I mean, you know, just like some slight lore, but, you know.
Yeah.
It's possible that if we'd done that first and before we talked to her, we might have been able to bring it up, and maybe something else would happen. Like we were able to bring up the Vox thing, but. Oh, do we? I forgot. Do we not need? We don't need to go to Dargos now, do we? Because they managed to kill it. All right, we're on the Vox line, Lord Captain. Good thing. We're getting out of here. We're already getting reports from the lower decks. Singing coming from the broadcast. People going saying like, just with us sing. What's your other planet? Leave this world to serve the archenemy.
Probably not that one.
Probably not that one. Right. All right. Well, all right. Okay. We have quite a few jumps to make until we get another pop-up. There it is. Just enough for your stout. Give me your Doge points. Colony Janus has begun. Shit. Get these things moving. Orbital shipyard. $20,000 with explorers. That is so much.
Is that what we need, or?
I mean, it's one of the ones we haven't like leveled up at all yet. So like, it give us a lot of progress on it. I guess let's see. Is there anything from the explorers that we care about? Hi, Victor. Shipping. Explored. Yeah, that'd get us power armor for him. That'd get us some good stuff. It gets close to, like, I mean, you're not gonna use that flamer, so it doesn't really matter, but what's the space stuff of deal equal solve?
I mean, like,
I mean, it's not,
I
that's not
end up being able to use the flamer by getting the thing, maybe, but eh. Not really that worried about it.
that getting the new power armor would be nice. We'd get a new power axe for Pascal, which I'm sure that would come up. I would get an even higher damage chainsaw. Yeah, sure, why not? And it will be funny for Pascal.
Oh, is it a different thing? Okay. Lord Captain and Order Xenos punitive unit, led by Acolyte Leonard Zoo, arrived on Janus. The Inquisition forces have already taken control of the Governor's Palace and intend to inquire until the recent anomalies on Janus.
Heinrich, why is that not notified of this? I'm surprised they've informed us of the arrival at all. It demonstrates a semblance of trust. How much did the Inquisition sniff out?
Initial interrogations have led Leonard Zoo on the track of the wretches toward the anomalous region, but our people continue to dig deeper, so to speak.
Advisors, cooperating with the Inquisition would do us more good than trying to hide the current misfortunes of the colony. I can send them a message to keep us informed about the interrogation, as a favor. If only we could throw them a bone and let them find the evidence they want, one that we can get by without. The rest could be concealed away from their inquisitive eyes, like a sand lizard shedding its tail. Sometimes one must cede the battle to win the war.
If someone were to walk around my domain so brazenly, they were to regret it. Lay an open trap, lace it with poison, put down the bait, and wait for the enemy to end their own worthless life.
That's the only one way to make the Inquisition sojourn on Janus be proactive and give the Acolyte what she's looking for. A synaptic coagulator.
That's a weird, like, downside.
The wearer gains 15 intelligence at the start of their turn. They suffer 1 direct damage. Like, I guess there are some perks that, like, you know, like for your character, where it's like you need to be at full health for them, but like 1. I let them do their job, I guess, question mark. Like, I don't care at all about either of these things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Serve Janus and Von Valancia's dynasty.
After Lady Zhu had set up her headquarters at the Governor's Palace, she began to investigate the situation on Janus. All those feeling guilt for their crimes before the Emperor could only stay silent and pray.
During her investigation, Lady Zhu was able to establish that the genetic changes in the wretches' bodies were caused by a mysterious substance secreted in the water by xeno-obelisks. These substances did not contaminate the water until recently, as shown by analysis of the Magos Biologus. The same xeno-obelisk appears to be linked by a chain of energy communications, also serving as a source of unknown radiation that seemed to have caused the outbreak of contaminated growth in the currently uncontrolled sector of the planet. This also seems to be causing the appearance of the mysterious phantoms. According to Lady Zhu's theory, there may have been some sort of ancient mechanical construction on Janus that has awakened from its slumber. It is possible that the anomalies occurring on this planet are merely side effects of the blasphemous machine trying to start itself. Alright. I guess. All allies getting 12 dodge, whatever. Whenever allies healed for the first time. I mean, that's hilarious for our build. Done. Not done yet. All right. Rogue Trader, please accept my report in person. It concerns criminal collusion among the senior officers. They will also be present again. I prefer not to divulge details over Vox. It could be overheard by those who have to stand before you and answer for their actions. Alright. Solomon, please stop finding criminals in my officers. Hi, Skylander. Rogue Trader, I hold the 3 senior officers accountable for the misconduct I have uncovered as part of my investigation. I allege the ship's crew is full of wanted criminals. You refute the charge, Janus Danrock. Did we already have this conversation?
Probably. I don't know. The High Victorium stays at Arbitrator with uncharacteristic coldness. What are you insinuating, esteemed Proctor?
Heretics on board the ship of the Emperor's Anointed are a threat to the whole Imperium. If anyone knew of this and failed to report it, punishment will follow. Isn't that right, Voxmaster? Victus does not react in any way to Arbitrator's words. I do my duty honorably and obey the Lord Captain's will, whatever it may be. Solomon, what is this? I have uncovered a scheme involving all 3 of them. It is coordinated by the Voxmaster, who buries incriminating facts about Voidsmen on your ship in the depths of the archives. Janus Danrock and Ravor turn a blind eye to the sword and pass of the new recruits and divvy up the workforce that has come into their possession.
This is completely insane accusation. We are not bringing criminals under crew intentionally. Of course we're not. I'll admit that we do not try to hunt down every biographical fact about each Voidsman who sets foot on board, but only because that would be a hopeless endeavor. Janrock falters for a moment, but none of us had any intention of populating your ship with heretics.
Are we really taking future criminals in our crew?
Sort of. Janus clears his throat, shuffling foot to foot. Sometimes I slip through in the net because we don't have information from local wardens. Sometimes we're forced to overlook unsightly past for the sake of acquiring niche specialists. Even common smugglers, for instance, often turn out to be quite an asset on Ravor's crew.
We do draw a line, however, and even a whisper of genuine heresy in a Voidfarer's pass. We distress against you. I'm sure you realize, Lord Captain, that smuggling and false cultism are both heresies in the eyes of the law, where they transgress his words, but one is far more dangerous than the other, to put it bluntly. Why have you kept this from me?
The officers exchange glances. We did not intend to hide it from you, Lord. Lord Captain Theodora did not deign to involve herself in so trifling a matter as replenishing her workforce. She was only interested in ensuring there were no interruptions in the running of the ship. We've always handled crew appointments on our own, without your lordship's involvement.
Why not hire from the lower deck? River lets out an uncertain chuckle.
What our esteemed Master Helmsman meant is to say that those unfortunates are only suitable for menial labor. It is simply impossible to find qualified wardsmen in the numbers we require.
Never enough Trained specialist. The choke puts up recruitment. In the first round, the flagship's lance weapons deal 3 more damage. Or... Wow, these are both terrible. Would you mind present someone? I can see your officers are acting for the good of the dynasty. It'd be unfair not to take that into account in their sentencing. Therefore, I propose a process of atonement for the criminals brought aboard. Those who show due diligence and loyalty at the end of the term may officially join the crew. All expenses are taken out of the personal allowance of these 3. It will be their penalty for sacrificing the law. They're all... I mean, I guess...
Oh, in the first round,
like,
was 5% damage to
all
pirates.
so minor, so, like, shrug.
And whatever story one you want the most. Like, what would Percival's do?
I mean, Percival would probably do the second one. Paying to get the training for the crew, that's probably what he'd do.
Yeah, it doesn't even cost the profit factor, I'm pretty sure.
It's all like billions.
It'll take time, a great deal of time, and require considerable financial contribution. Nanok stops under your gaze. As you command, your lordship, we will see it done.
Man, if you want me to care at all about my profit factor, maybe don't have me at 142 right now. Okay, we have all of these funny little, rumors. Voxmaster's puzzled voice distracts you from your duties. My apologies, Lord Captain, but I've just been delivered an urgent report. Cargo Bay 73G has received some unusual cargo, if one can call it that. The crew considered disposing it, but not dare do so without your direct order. The cargo itself is weaponry. Intricate blades made of bones and living flesh. Aha. Those weapons, they keep repeating your name, Lord Captain, and claim in their moans that you saved them from Kamra. Next to them, the crew found a strange horned mask of Xenos origins. Oh. Right. He did do that. What are your orders? Was there a Xeno in flashy clothes speaking in rhymes? Victus falls quiet for a moment, either processing what she just heard or making inquiries through Agaboxes. Then she box comes to life again. No, your lordship. I doubt that such a conspicuous character could have slipped by unnoticed. I'll inform you the crew reports anyone like that. Store them, I guess. They're saying, the weapons are saying I saved them.
Uh-huh.
Fucking Harlequins, man.
Uh-huh.
What? So, like, can I just sell them? How did he get here with them?
Harlequin shenanigans?
I guess. Alright, Nick, 1 or 2.
One, because, fuck it.
Range weaponry. Okay. Can I... Oh, alright, I was gonna go look to see
we
what,
did a jump, so...
We did a jump, so it's progressing.
Your lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kiavagama. The fabricator sensor reports they've beheld the Eye of Divine.
Oh, cool.
They requested
Fantastic.
details from your last devout servants, and they clarified that the Inquest Group, which has been investigating the many inexplicable events that have taken place on the planet, followed a trail of mysterious binary harmonics that came upon an ancient and abandoned data complex. It is connected to the Manufactorum by a maze of communication lines and contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that its designation, shall I say its menacing name, is Nol Caliph. Nol Caliph is immersed in a sacred astrological calculation and has shown no inclination to make contact. Tech priests that connected to it were punished for intrusion with lethal injection to their motive force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data loom is not bound with the void compliance that would normally restrain the machine spirit of such power. This astoundingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims.
Alright. What is this abandoned complex? What is happening on my planet again? Again?
It's an ancient production factory, far older than the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of the Cognizant fleet. Perhaps the first explorers who came to the Coronis Expanse set up a station on a yet uninhabited planet. The station was then consumed by the developing industrial colony and eventually forgotten. It is possible that whatever plans that they had for it were clandestine. Its creators and death ended casting it into oblivion. The catalog contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Nol Caliph. Nol Caliph Initiative is a project by the fabled Archmagos Opticon 107, whose function was the initial exploration of the Cronus Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the catalog per the Fleet Conclave's decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By the same decree, Archmagos Opticon 107 was stripped of his title as a Conclave's Prosecutor Supremus.
What is this thing? What is it?
A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast, and the wisdom and metal of its machine would befit an Imperial Titan. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of the laity, and worshipped on certain planets as great Logis oracles, sacred angels of Omnissiah, or demigods. Nol Caliph's structure includes remarkable pieces of archaeotech, part of it extending far through Kiavagama like void-cracked tentacles. We now know where the warp transmitter modified the Cubus Demphim came from. It must have been part of this mechanism. The data angels we encountered earlier were born of its cogitational might. Full of vigor, they soar around its computational aura, which radiates into the new sphere. Their responses to our presence has been favorable thus far.
What is it calculating?
All we have is a hypothesis, according to which Nol Caliph can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction with technology in the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. According to the Magi, it can calculate routes to the Immaterium without fear of corruption, given the fact that it has no human soul. They claim that its power is comparable to that of a novator of a navigator house. Apparently, Procedure 0C was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Major with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity.
Alright.
Can't, machines be corrupted? I thought that was a thing.
They can.
Ugh.
They can.
Yeah. Right now, its calculations are severely hindered due to the weakened state of its computational powers. We assume a termination of Procedure 0C contributed to this.
We tried talking to it.
The great calculator seems indifferent to mortals. It has expressed a lack of desire to interact with us, or destroy us. We have studied the spheric remains of the tech priests who dared reach out to Nol Caliph. Their minds contain excerpts of dictaries of Procedure 0C. These traces were brimming with anger.
Advisors.
The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Khalif bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity. For to do so is to honor Omnisci's tenets. That is the tech priests who had the audacity to disturb Null Khalif were deprived of motive force is a testament to the might of its data voice. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds.
If it stares into the warp, then it's vulnerable to attacks from the warp. Never thought I'd ever suggest something like this, but if we want to make that machine obey us, we should assault it through the Immaterium.
A navigator data loom? This abomination makes a mockery of every navigator house's legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Null Khalif must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to the other navigator houses. We will waste no time in dispatching their forces to destroy this monstrosity.
Alright, getting the item that it gives us, if we do either Pascal or the other one, and having it be done on either Cassia or Percival, and just every single turn, the first turn, they always get to use their momentum ability, would be pretty nice.
Wait. At a minus 167 penalty?
Yeah, so you just need to have a total of 168 in logic, which if I respec, which again we can't just in the game, normal game, I could just buy a respec to level 1 for Percival and do it that way. Once you pass it, the item's destroyed, and then you gain that passive for the rest of the game.
Huh.
Which, like, that is insanely good. I think we'll do that one. And plus, to be fair, that's also of the options, that's the one I like the most, of just, like, the story thing. Pascal, make friends with him.
Request approved. Transferring revelations on the mediator's creation.
Magos Pascal Huneman imparted his secrets to Omnisci's servants on Kiava Gamma, allowing them to assemble a mediator device that softened no callous voice. The Magi then prayed to the mighty machine spirit, humbly asking it to make an alliance with the Rogue Trader and share its mysteries. And no Khalif answered, halting its sacred calculations, it bestowed its favor upon the supplicants. With its tireless, unblinking eye observing the warp currents, many a traveler has been saved from peril. Yay!
You'll take the time and you'll redo your guy to be able to use that?
I have to redo him, get into a fight, use the ability, finish the fight, and then redo it again. Which would be really, really annoying. Or, I mean, yeah, because it basically, it'd be either...
Can you not use the ability outside of combat?
It costs 3 AP, so I'm pretty sure no. I might be able to, but it costs 3 AP, so I mean, kind of... We can always check real quick. I'm just, okay, real quick. Lucky Bridge. I guess there are some abilities that you can use out of combat. There's not a whole lot of abilities you can use outside of combat, though. Honestly, if I can use it out of combat, what I would do is I just set my logic to like 150 or whatever to pass it, and then set it back.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of respecking my character twice. Where is it? There it is. Is that a combat? Oh.
Yeah, because can't you do like a full respec for your character where you change like your class and everything?
Yep. Which... Yeah, and I could easily get there if I did that. I don't feel like being arse with it. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save the game real quick. I'll set my logic to plus 100 for it, and then whenever we get a combat, we can then do that. Because again, the otherwise is I respect my character, which we take the time for me to do that. We get into combat, I do it. Persifal will do nothing for that combat because he's not spec'd for it, but you know, we'll still win that combat easily. And then I respect my character again. Or I just set it up. So, yeah. So, I save the game because this is going to desync you. First of all, what's it, stats? Stats. Skill. Logic. God forbid this be in fucking alphabetical order.
Well, desync. This is probably a good stopping point, though.
Oh, if you want to stop right here, we can. Let's talk to Heinrich. It'll be voice acted just so we don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
Because he needs to go over something. And then, yeah, whatever, the next combat, I can do that thing. And then set my logic back to what it should be. Okay. Where are you? You are right next to me. Heinrich! Talk to us.
Lord Captain, I thank you for your assistance with my mission. Thanks to rogue trader von Valancius, the Inquisition has stopped the enemies of humanity, even those hiding in its own ranks. On this occasion, I will no longer be making any claim on your time or resources.
Should we be concerned about what she said?
It is dangerous information, but you are already too deeply involved. In the Inquisition, there are two main philosophies: Puritanism and radicalism. The adherents of the former are conservatives who strive to follow the letter of inquisitorial doctrine in all matters. The radicals are more pragmatic. They believe that the end often justifies the means, and they use tools that a Puritan would condemn as heretical. Emelina used the powers of chaos to gain the upper hand against Xenos. I touched a cogitator built by cultists to learn its secrets. None of us is pure. Xavier, the craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject.
What now?
I will remain part of your retinue. That will not change. I will continue to accompany you until I receive orders to the contrary from the Lord Inquisitor, if ever. Who knows? Perhaps one day my journey will end like Emelina's, but that day is not today.
You can just fucking hand Urilet over to him.
Yeah, you can Urilet Mazerai and have him execute Idira.
Jesus.
Yeah. Alright, so with all of that done, I'd like to thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming, and hopefully we will see you for next one. Have a good night, and we'll see you then.